Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I think we're only just hitting 12 o'clock. Yeah, what a stream last night. Really enjoyed it. Wow, speaking to all them people. My special guest last night, Mr. Warren Barton. What a great chat we had on the stream last night. Went through different things during his career and what he's done so far, working with Fox, his coaching badges as well. And he said, the question was asked, would he come back if he was given the opportunity to come to Newcastle? And he says, definitively, yes, I would, as long as the situation was right. Also had on yesterday John. Great chat with John. Also Holly and Stephen, everyone who was on last night were brilliant and kept me going all night. And thanks to Lily as well, giving me the odd break. Unfortunately, she's at work tonight, so I might not be able to get her on tonight. But we'll do our best. We'll get through. Anyone wants to come on, give me a shout. We'll get you all set up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump out for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go make myself a cup of coffee. I meant to make one a minute ago, but I didn't get the chance. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes' time. Going to be having Sean on in a few minutes' time, so he can give his views on last night, his views on the team at the moment. I mean, big news about Matt Ritchie. He's on at the moment speaking. I'm just going to turn it down because I don't know whether it's. We should stop the cross. And when the goalkeeper looks at it. No, it was the extra one from the other day. Blaming Richie. Why is he throwing his players under the bus? And then at the moment you got Carragher on Sky Sports News talking about how Richie did not pass on the information. It's just a mess. It is a mess, and it's something we don't need happening at the moment. On a relegation running, we don't want these players. Just looking at it now, Richie's running across. And he comes on. He gives a bit of information to Willock in terms of. He gives a shout to Willock. No, there wasn't. Now he walks over. He must have said something very, very quick. But then the free kick was actually taken quite quickly. I like the fact that the free kick is taken quickly, but we didn't have time to get all organised. So whose fault is this? People are saying Richie. People are saying it's Bruce. Bruce threw the team under the bus. Really, he really did, and Richie was right to call him out on it. So anyway, I'm going to come back in a couple of seconds' time when I can bring in Sean. If he can wait for a couple of minutes, if that's okay, Sean. Be back in a tick.
and joins us now. Glenn,
welcome, Sean.
How's it going?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Yeah, Twitter last night and Facebook as well blew up over this, Steve Bruce debacle with Matt Ritchie. What's your thoughts on it?
I think it's just obviously no one exactly knows what's going on behind the scenes, but I can put my life on the fact that Ritchie's got this club's best interest at heart. So if he's having a go for a reason. It's similar to I put him in the same bracket as Kevin Nolan, Joey Barton. He's genuinely care about the club. So if he's having a go at him for some reason, he's having a go at him for a reason that's in the best interest of the club.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it there on, when Carragher was speaking about it, Ritchie went over to Willock, and said a couple of words, but then the free kick was taken, so he didn't actually have time to relay those instructions, really, did he?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
So I think he's right in saying that he threw his players under the bus and wherever else, and he's right to say, look, why he's saying this? It's not really good for the team. It's not good for us, and we are in a relegation fight at the moment, and this can't be happening.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. That's why I like the likes of like Chrissy Wilder. Like he's not scared to criticize the team, but he'll have the team's back completely.
Yeah.
And he will take responsibility where it's necessary. And I think Bruce just doesn't do that. And
no.
Why the players going to want to play for him if they just feel like he's just looking after number one. And I think that's why.
Carry on.
Sorry, I think that's why the team just doesn't perform. I think that's part of the reason the team just doesn't perform. They just don't want to perform for him. Got no respect.
Yeah, he's got no. Yeah, you're right there. He's got no respect. He's got no respect for himself, really. At the moment, I don't think. Jones coming in to give him a hand. I think he has changed a lot. He's given his input into the team. We've changed formation into. People are saying diamond, but it's not quite a diamond. But it's an attacking or front foot type of system where we can still defend quite well, but also able to make that breakout.
Yeah. I think it just suits the team that we've got. If you look at Maxim and Armour and Lewis, they're all attacking players, they're all attacking-minded players. So in the system is completely defensive. It doesn't work. And people get frustrated. Since he came in to help Bruce, probably one of the first times I've seen Almiron's smiling a long time. It's been good to see.
I mean, like I said, I'll watch the games when I can. I've tried to watch them all. At the start of the season, it was just we thought we could be onto a good season. With the result against West Ham at the start of the season, we thought, wow, we're going to be at least finishing in the top 10. But it all turned very sour very quickly, and then the next game we lost against was at Brighton.
Yeah.
In the next game, and it just looked a shambles after what we'd seen against West Ham.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that's the same what I had with Brighton. And when Brighton played us, they played really well. I thought Brighton couldn't do well this season. They're not going to be in a relegation battle. And yeah, we both are.
Yeah. Looking at the Wolves game, I thought it was a good performance. Second half, I think we needed a bit more from the team, but obviously with the injuries to Max and Almiron, kind of broke things up slightly. So, in your words, how would you have described the game against Wolves and also with Dubravka as well returning?
Yeah, I thought we played well. Obviously, like you said, since Maxi and Almiron went off, started to fall a little bit, and we almost reverted to those are our main attacking options, especially with Wilson gone as well. And I feel like we just fell into an old-fashioned way of just sitting back and just trying to hold on to a 1-0 lead, which fell away due to a goal that probably probably should have been saved by Dubravka, but obviously it's his first game back. He's going to be out of practice. But in Dubravka's defence, he should have saved that one, but he had no right saving the one towards the end of the game. So I feel like it just kind of cancelled itself out a little bit. With that last start, so it probably ended 1-1 anyway based on those two. But I feel like if those didn't go off, I think it would be a different game. We would probably could be attacking. It would have been such a defensive step back and just take a beating and build a story.
Yeah, it was slightly worrying. You know, we looked a bit shit. I think Dubravka didn't look assured most of the game. To be honest, he didn't look, you know, on the game. But as you know, we've said it's his first game back. You know, you have to blow those cobwebs off. I mean, the save he made, where people went, "Oh, what a save!" I don't think he knew much about it. I think he just waved his hands out wherever he could. So, yeah, it was. I think it was a good game, but I think what was it? People said it was 8 games or something where the score line with Wolves has been 1-1.
Really? I didn't know that. That's quite a good statistic, to be fair. I feel like I think probably the only the main positive takeaway from it is, and it's horrible that we even in this mindset now, is the fact that like that gap of 3 from the bottom, I think it increased to 4 with that 1 point. So I think it gave that like a little tiny bit of a cushion, which is a depressing mindset to be in, but it's the mindset we're in, given the last 13 years.
Yeah, we're all in this mindset at the minute, and unfortunately, we have been for most of Ashley's tenure. You know, we're just feeling defeated before we even kicked the ball.
It's grim. It's a grim place to be. It's almost just like an obligation to watch the match now, opposed to like a want or like a desire to watch the match. It's almost like an obligation, like a job. So, I'm gonna watch that Saturday. Jesus Christ!
But it's just not. It's not the way we've felt being fans for so long, and to be in this mindset now is pretty sad. And I mean, as I was saying last night on the show, we've become accustomed really to you know, having the likes of Bruce as manager, to having the likes of Joe Kinnear, and you know, the list goes on. And you know, we have had good managers. I mean, Pardew got pelters a few times, but you know, he probably give us one of the best seasons we've had in a long time for when we got into the European Cup.
Yeah, I think Pardew was a funny one. I like Pardew. I feel like he's almost like a half a season manager. He used to have a cracking start of the season, and then he used to just get found out like towards like midway, towards the end, and then he used to just drop loads of points. But like I said, he gave one of the best seasons we've had in years. Same with Chris Hughton. I love Chris Hughton as well. I think Chris Hughton was unfairly treated.
Yeah, I felt quite bad for Chris Hughton because he'd done nothing wrong really. I think when he got let go, I think we're in 10th place or something like that, 9th.
Yeah.
Which it was a bit harsh, and it was only like when was it he got let go? Was it something like November, December time?
Yeah.
So you know, much more football to be played, and we could have gone on and had a good season. But of course, Ashley being Ashley, he just kind of pressed the button on him a bit too early, you know.
Yeah, and he hasn't like it's when we've got like a bad manager or a yes man manager who just do what he needs to do. That he doesn't pull the trigger at all. Bruce Bain, a prime example.
But he won't pull the trigger on Bruce. So.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he won't do it on Bruce.
I mean, he left it late for McLaren. It wasn't until end of March, wasn't it?
Yeah, who was it? Was it McLaren when he brought Shearer in? It's almost like a gimmick towards like the very back end of the season when we got relegated. Was it McLaren?
No, with McLaren it was Benitez straight after, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. I think it might have been.
It was McLaren.
Right. Because then we got relegated, then we obviously everyone was wondering whether Rafa was actually going to stay on, but he did.
Yeah. So we ended up with Rafa Benitez. a guy who can change. He could have changed the fortunes of the club. I mean, he finished 10th in his first season back in the Premier League. And what was it? The next 12th he finished. So he did a good job, and with, I mean, let's be fair, not great players.
Yeah, no, and it's like that was one thing about Rafa. It's like obviously people went through the comparing Rafa and Bruce phase, and I've seen a few people complain. Got a bit of maybe I've just jumped out of the shower because obviously if I came on looking like I did look like you would have lost loads of subscribers. I look like an
Nah, look at me. I've been doing homeschooling this morning, so.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? People went through the phase of comparing Rafa and Bruce, and one that we've seen quite a lot was people comparing Rafa's signings to Bruce's signings, and Rafa brought in crap signings, he brought in Joselu and stuff like that. But yeah, like when Joselu left Newcastle, he went on to be like a Player of the Year nominee. So he wasn't a bad player. He just wasn't. It's just a Newcastle. I think it's a Newcastle thing, It's like when we brought in Hugo Viana. Hugo Viana was like one of the best players in the world. He come to Newcastle. He was awful. You actually killed his career.
Yeah,
I'm sure we pipped Manchester United to Hugo Viana, and they went instead got Cristiano Ronaldo. And then
the rest is history, really, isn't it? I mean, look, if we're getting Ronaldo, could he have been the same person or same player, or do you think we would have ruined him as well?
It would have been Messi and Hugo Viana now as the best players in the world.
Oh, wow. That's a horrible thought there. Cheers, Sean, So, yeah, we're coming on to, West Brom on Sunday afternoon. Return of Allardyce to a dugout. He's done okay with West Brom. He's kind of got them a bit more solid. I think we'll beat them over the weekend. I think it'll be a scrappy 1-0 possibly. What would you say?
I'm not so confident. I try to think who's going to score goals for us. Who's going to score our goals currently? Like, because obviously Wilson's still out, isn't he?
Yeah.
Matty's out. Almiron's out. Jolinton best started scoring some goals actually because I had a bet on him at the start of the season not to score Premier League goal. He's only scored one. I just don't know. I think Allardyce will be really up for it as well. Stick it in Newcastle. Well, Mike Ashley in particular. I personally think that he actually might get them safe. I think West Brom might come safe this season. I think Brighton might replace them. I think Brighton, Fulham, and Sheffield go down. I just don't know. There's something about Allardyce. I feel like he's no stranger to these situations, is he?
No, he's been in these situations before. That's obviously why he gets hired for these jobs.
Yeah.
Teams in trouble, teams in a relegation fight, and he's always. That's why he keeps getting work. Everyone thinks, how do you keep getting work? But that's exactly why.
Oh yeah, I agree. That is his sole role now. I don't think Bristol. Do you think Bristol get another Premier League job?
No, I don't think he would either, because looking at his track record as a Premier League manager, it's not great reading, is it?
Yeah, I was expecting a straight no there, like not a chance, because I think it's just really competitive now, isn't it, in the Premier League. I think you might struggle for a championship job, if I'm honest. I know the Sheffield Wednesday fans didn't really care for much for him.
Yeah, but I think if he did get another job in the Premier League, it would be like, as a Sam Allardyce role for someone like, Brighton or West Brom or, for a team like that. But I don't see him getting another job like Newcastle or Leicester or something like that, He's not going to get one of them jobs. He may be looking at someone like, going back to Sheffield Wednesday or Sheffield or, places like Derby, and I think he could do still a job in the Championship. He's not a bad manager, but what he is just his ego takes over.
I'd probably argue the Championship's just as competitive as the Premier League, to be fair. Not on a higher level, but because obviously the money that's available if you get out of that league. You'll say it's the hardest league to stay in, the hardest league to get out of.
It's also the most grueling and physical as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Championship defences, they're so rugged and that they get right into you. That's why there's so many Premier League teams slip up against Championship clubs, because that's the way they play. That they say on the ball, and they will chase everything, and they'll knock you off the ball and make sure you're not going to be able to do what you want to do.
Yeah, they're not complacent at all. All this other fight for everything, and I think that's where obviously a few others slip up.
At the moment, looking at takeover, a lot of people are saying, sorry, I had to bring it up. Looking at takeover, I'm starting to feel quite nervous about it all. I'm thinking this is just not going to go now, because it's going on too long. Okay, you've got the QCs in Nick DeMarco and Shahid Fatima. I mean, Fatima's someone that's good on the international relations as well.
Yeah.
And then you got, is it Keith Patterson and I can't remember his QC working on the their side of things on the non-competitive side. But both are going on way too long, and I still think we're still at loggerheads at the moment.
I feel like no end wants to show weakness or show that they've back down. I feel like, but I think the thing that worries me the most is the fact, like, how long are the Saudis going to put up with this? They don't need it. You know what I mean? It's a waste of their time. Like, realistically, the amount of money they're worth, do they really want to be messing around, waiting around for like a decision to be made? They're just going to buy Real Madrid.
Yeah. I know PIF are interested in Inter Milan if all this does fall through.
Yeah, I've heard
I don't think they're as confident as they thought they were over this.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's the most tragic, to be fair, because obviously, for these rumors to come out that they're showing interest, it's almost like they're showing the hand for a backup plan. And the most hurtful thing is if we don't buy Newcastle, and they will go and buy another football club, and us as Newcastle fans will have to watch the success of that football club just blow up. Do you know what I mean? In 5 years' time, Inter Milan winning Champions League and stuff, it's that could be Newcastle. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, that's a bit extreme because obviously Inter Milan's much more developed than Newcastle currently, but you think what could be us getting all that success.
Yeah.
As fans, that could have been us if it was the Premier League, just putting on these blockers in the way.
Yeah. I mean, are they still going to get? I mean, we're on about that Hatis Cengiz the other day, and that she's still vocal over this takeover. Is she going to be the same with if they did go for Inter Milan?
No.
I don't think so either.
As nice as that can be, I don't even think she knows what the Premier League is. And she certainly doesn't care.
No. Why is she so vocal over a takeover when she's saying that her husband was brutally murdered by the Crown Prince, or aides to the Crown Prince? But shout about that if you want to shout about that. Fine, go ahead. But why are you bringing the takeover Newcastle into it all? There's just no reason at all.
Yeah. Do you know what kind of sealed that decision for me? That obviously there's a big statement, but the fact that someone's paid or influenced her to make this decision or to go down this route. Why not the Grand Prix?
Mm-hmm.
Why not the investments? Why not BT?
Mm-hmm.
Why not Ticketmaster? There's still massive brands that can have a whole massive influence. And that was the primary issue of buying Newcastle, the influence of like the kind of washing their image. The ground play is massive. You know what I mean? But there's not one thing said about it. It's just they're knock them on the Premier League board or something. Like it's become like someone just saying like, oh no, not Newcastle, please.
Coming back, Sunderland. We need someone. But it's I'm just going to sit there and wait. Either it's going to be done or it's not. I'm past caring now, to be honest with you. But all this time lost and all this backwards and forwards. Could Mike Ashley have sold this club by now?
Yeah.
That's the hardest thing to think about. He could have sold it by now.
Yeah,
Henry Maris.
It's like the ghost the ghost that disappeared as soon as like the Saudis walked away. It's unbelievable.
I was talking about Derby's takeover with BZG. They've tried to buy Newcastle. They've tried to buy Derby. They have neither. Have we dodged a bullet here?
Oh, did they not actually? I thought was it not successful with Derby?
Yeah, they got the go ahead, but at the moment, players are still behind on their wages.
Oh yeah, I know. There's a lot of issues around it. Like,
I mean, Wayne Rooney come out and he says, we need to know what's going on.
Bad, Anna. Say everything happens for a reason, but they've got like 300 million or something. But they're not sure kind of, and that was the big red flag, though, wasn't it? About that group, is they wouldn't even front the money and like the deposit. It's like, come on, like if you really serious about buying a club, you're not just buying the club for like 300 million or whatever it is. There's going to be investment needed. You kind of just like looking to scrape the 300 million together. You don't need to be putting money in, so the deposit shouldn't be an issue.
I think Derby is up for sale. I think it's something like 60 or 80 million.
So what, like 6 or 8 million? I'm sure it's like 10% or something in it.
Yeah.
The deposit, 6 or 8 million. And like I'm saying that's nothing. Like I'll chop someone's arm off for 6 or 8 million. So people that are buying football clubs, it's nothing.
It isn't. It's what's gone on. We don't know. I mean, obviously, it's this guy's a businessman as well. He has his own business, so it would be personal wealth rather than sovereign wealth.
Yeah,
that would be coming in. But at the same time, you're trying to buy Newcastle. You're willing to pay, 280 to 350 million. And then you can't even get, a 60 or 80 million pounds deal over the line either. So what's what's going on?
Yeah. How long till the Nova Group come out and buy like Nottingham Forest or something?
Yeah.
Nova Group.
Yeah.
Or that like mystery scoop was a Chopra that set that up.
Yeah. Yeah, he was sort of like a mouthpiece, wasn't he? That's all he was, yeah. But I think a couple of their directors have done a runner, haven't they? Because they're being done for fraud and money laundering and.
But Jesus, that could have been. I mean, don't get us wrong. I had no confidence that was ever going to happen. I think it was just a smoke screen. But Jesus Christ.
I mean, their office was above a row of shops or something like that in wherever it was. Hey, why? This is why we go through these motions, and we're an intelligent fan base. We are an intelligent fan base, and if we get any bit of news, we're all like super sleuths and looking it up and checking up on businesses and players and whether they're going to fit into the team and whether that manager's going to do well, and we look at every single stat we can.
Yeah, it's berserk. Like obviously when like somebody comes out and there's a bit of unknown about them before you know the fingerprints are on Twitter. It's like I found the fingerprints at like Harrods and things, so like they've got kind. this is the helicopter, this is the plane. It is mental. Like, it's good to watch. It's quite entertaining. Depressing.
It is entertaining. I mean, a lot of people complain about, oh God, here come the aeroplane brigade again, and people saying, oh, Ashley's helicopter's on the move, but it is. That's all it is. It's just entertaining and fun to watch and to see if anything does come of that venture.
There's you might get a bit angry for this actually, but what's the chances actually is like wasn't lying about like only selling to someone who can take the club forward, because obviously he got a lot of grief for putting the block on that BZJ group.
BZJ, yeah.
And the Nova group and like a couple of other rumors, and obviously he got a lot of grief around it. But realistically, the only one person he's like properly went balls to the wall to sell to is the Saudis. And like obviously when now we look back with the other deals that he's kind of like blocked or like stopped, like it looks like we actually dodged a bullet. You know what I mean? Because I mean he couldn't have easily sold to them because they couldn't obviously front 80 million, but like other groups that like he might have been able to sell only sold none. Because obviously like I can't understand how like he wouldn't have been able to sell it. 300 million is nothing for like club of Newcastle's stature, really. Obviously, we're not doing great in the league, but that's quite quickly changed. We've got a lot of talent at the club in one of the biggest stadiums in the league, in one of the biggest fan bases in the league. So obviously, like in terms of investment, it's quite a decent investment to make. So I can't understand how it hasn't been snapped up before. That's probably why Oman Stable is like so keen to get in, because it is such a solid investment.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's about the third time she's tried, isn't it?
Do you think she'll try again if it doesn't work with the Saudis?
From what I've read on online, Staveley would still be interested in Newcastle, but obviously a new deal would have to be cut if we went down, unfortunately. And well, fortunately, it depends on if we do go down, we might still get a takeover. But like I said, the price would have to be renegotiated. And is Mike Ashley going to take a lower price?
I think that's where Ashley will become a problem, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah. And where does Ashley go from here? Is he going to think, right, I need to really protect our league position in the Premier League and get rid of Bruce? Or I mean, he can't throw any more money at it because windows are shut. We can't bring in some players just to help out. I mean, like he did with McLaren. I think he bought in something like 5 players or something, didn't he?
Yeah, I thought we've got the players there. And to be fair, when he did that, he brought in some good players. I'm sure they brought in Townsend and stuff, didn't he?
Townsend, Shelby.
But obviously, a lot of them didn't look in the nice way possible. Didn't look bad. It's like it's almost like the Sissoko effect. The fact that they get in the club and just like, hold on, in the Wijnaldum, like, hold on, you're too big for this club because you get relegated. You are part of this team that got relegated. So you can't be saying that, you know what I mean? If you perform to the ability that you claim that you're good enough at, would the club be in that position? That's what really annoys is when teams just jump ship.
I think for players sometimes, the best way to get a move, if you want to leave a club, the best way to get a move is actually perform, because teams are going to be a bit more, willing to take you on.
Yeah, and it was like the Sissoko thing. Like obviously, he wasn't doing great for Newcastle, but then he went to the World Cup with France and smashed it. It's just, I don't know. That's one thing that really annoys me. That's why I have a lot of, like I mentioned it just before, is a lot of love for Nolan Barton and like Richie. Yeah, the other two in particular, because when we went down last time, apparently there was a rumor going around that they walked in the change room and was like, "Look, if you don't want to be here, get out." Do you know what I mean? We don't want you here. If you don't want to be here, get out of the club. And obviously, like the likes of Martins and everyone just left. And obviously, we had that like backwater, like Barton and Nolan, who like kind of carried us through that season. Do you know what I mean? the backbone for that season.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great reading when we could be facing our third relegation in 14. Well, I think it's 14 years now, isn't it, with Mike Ashley for a third time? Why are we going down this route again? Why is he gambling all the time? He could have, as I said last night, he could have an actual. If he wants money, then he's got to be looking after the club. He needs to be buying the right players for the club as well. And we could be sitting in the, at least the Europa League spots by now.
Yeah, and he can't be that short money. He's not a bad businessman. He's just don't understand. I just do not understand why. And I think that's one really important point is that the reason he's only selling Newcastle is because of COVID. I feel like he's lost too much money and he needs that money. He can't sustain it. Like obviously with the fans and stuff not being there, he'll be losing too much money. That's why he wants rid. And obviously if that starts to come back round, is resolved and everyone's back in the stadium and things go back to normal, will he want to sell? I think that's another question to ask.
Yeah, that is a good question, but we just don't know where he's going to go with this and how he's going to treat this situation at the moment. As far as I know, that they've halted talks on the takeover while we are in this situation. Justin Barnes has gone to the club and said looked and said what can we do here, what can we change, but we've seen very little of any change.
Yeah, I think it's just playing with fire, because if we go down, we've all seen how easy it can happen to clubs where we're like obviously been lucky the past 2 times of coming straight back up, but it's not guaranteed, and if you don't, I think you're in real trouble.
Big trouble.
Sunderland's a big one. Leeds was another one where they just flew down a couple of leagues. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're offering parachute payments anymore, are they?
Are they not?
I think so. I'd have to look it up. I'm sure someone said they're not going to offer parachute payments after. I think it was after this season or next season.
It's just, yeah, it's not great, and like we've discussed, the championship's too competitive now. Everyone wants that big money in the Premier League. And
well, if you look at the teams in there, also it's almost like a Premier League number 2.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's just like an extended Premier League, and I think like who would stay if we went down? Do you know what I mean? I think we'll probably keep Carroll, Gale. I don't know if we could keep hold of Wilson. Maxi, Almiron. We'll probably keep Fraser. Willock could probably end up going back. We'll probably keep Shelby. It's going to be similar to the team we had last time we went down. Shelby, Jacob Murphy will probably keep. Richie would keep. I don't think anyone would buy the sellers. Yeah, we'll probably keep most of the team, to be fair, but obviously like the key players that are out in the minute that make that difference would probably be gone. I'm surprised they've kept Maxi this long anyway, to be fair.
Well, I was looking on his the transfer market website. Maxi's worth something like 30 million for himself, so we'll at least get possibly 60 from the likes of City or United or Arsenal very easily.
Yeah, and he's worth that, especially in today's market. He's more than worth that. It's really difficult for teams to find decent winger now. I think like Wolves were meant to be showing interest a while back, and I think him and Darman either wing will be scary. Like, or
I think at one point they were on about selling Traore and bringing in St. Max. I think that's the way they were going to play it.
Oh, well.
But different deals happen, don't they? So it could have been possible. They could have been playing together, and like you said, that would have been scary.
Just scary amount of pace. It's like I don't know. It's horrible to think that. Even if we stay up, I don't know if we could be able to keep Maxi, if I'm honest. It's I hate the same goal. Like he's the one player that gets the one off. Like you get excited because you don't know what he's actually going to do. I mean, I think like
Yeah, I don't think anyone else does sometimes.
no, and I think you don't even know what he does. I think if he showed up like that, like he's like final third game of like when to pass, when to shoot, I think you'd be unbelievable.
Yeah, I think sometimes what I get angry at is sometimes, you know, that there's possibly a really good pass to be made, and of course, Maxi being Maxi, he goes straight direct and takes a shot, and you know he'll either lose the ball or he'll not score. And sometimes, you know, there's probably a player in a better position to take a shot on. I think Almiron's the same as well.
Yeah, was it against Wolves when Maxi burst down the wing, squared to, was it Willock? And the made a good save, I think it was.
Yeah, but he doesn't do it often enough, then.
No, and like he can easily get in those positions. Is it possibly a confidence thing of like, do I really want to pass after these if it's not Wilson? Can I trust someone else to put the ball in the net if Wilson isn't there?
But you know, as people keep telling us, I mean, the likes of Michael Owen, you know, goals win games. Do they now?
if he puts the ball past the keeper in between the posts, it's a goal. Wow, cheers, man. I like Michael Owen.
That's a great shout, that, mate. You know, goals win games. Of course they do.
Yeah, I remember when he's like, if they score more goals than like the other team, they win. Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
So can I explain the offside rule next?
Yeah. well, if you stay on this line, you know, you're not offside. Well, of course you're not.
No. I mean, I probably wouldn't know it with today's VAR. Like, some of the offside decisions I've seen have been absolutely awful.
Do you think VAR is ruining the game, or do you think it's, you know, it can be a help? Because I think really VAR is ruining the game, because that part of the game is being lost. That's indecisiveness. It's that controversy as well. That is part of football. That's what gets fans excited.
Yeah. The thing is, even just like the implementation of it, you could probably implement like sections of it and it would be fine. But the thing that really gets me with VAR is if when a team scores a goal, you can't celebrate. And then by the time the goal's like went to VAR and being given, the moment's gone. Like that moment of just jumping on each other, and like especially where the fans are back in the stadium, it's going to be grim. Like they're jumping on each other and stuff like that, and like celebrating with like the fellow fans, people that you don't know. It was brilliant. That's what it's all about. And obviously, when you're all standing around like waiting for a VAR decision, it's like, oh, goal, give me it's a goal. You know what I mean? The moment's passed.
Yeah, I mean, they may as well just stand in the middle of the pitch and just go, yay.
Yeah.
There's no point in celebrating once you've. That is part of the elation, even for the players. You know, you put the ball in the net and you run off. You go, yay! You know, I've scored and all that. But then they've got to stand there and is it a goal? Isn't it a goal? Come on, give me the decision. And they go, thank you, and yay!
High five. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks.
Like kissing the camera or in the corner flag.
That's not exciting to see for the fans either, is it?
No.
Hi baby.
You know, you celebrate with the fans.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go and get a battery for that stupid phone. I'm at work at 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I need more hours. I want more hours. I can't fucking come in.
Bye, Sean.
Oh.
The camera's back in front. That one.
Okay.
Hi, honey. Bye, honey.
Hello. Bye.
By the way.
Hey.
The honey was aimed at him, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's favoritism. Yeah, you know.
Yeah? Favoritism?
You mean didn't make it that like it's just like well.
I think goal line technology is obviously always going to be helpful, as long as they switch it on, obviously, because there was that time on the Project Restart, they hadn't even switched it on, had they?
No, was it the who was it? Was
Villa,
it,
wasn't it? It was a Villa game, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it not Villa? Bournemouth would have stayed up if it was was a Sheffield United goal, I believe.
That's right. Yeah.
That was over the line and it wasn't given.
Something like that helps. Like I said, as long as they switch it on, because we've had moments where like in England '66, where the ball bounced off the crossbar, and there was a massive debate after it. There's still a lot of people that actually say that wasn't a goal because it hadn't crossed the line, but can't say anything about it now, can you? But goal line technology is helpful, but I can't say this VAR. You can have an armpit hair offside, and it's ridiculous.
But I thought it's almost like they didn't reinvent the offside rule. Sure, the offside rule is if you're offside with a body part that can legally score a goal, it's offside. And you see people with like hands offside, and they're like, no, it's offside. You can see his hand. Nobody can't score his hand. It's like
That's exactly right.
It's the same as the this might open a can of worms. What do you think of the handball rule? The handball rulings?
Oh, where it's only up to your shirt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anything above your shirt sleeve isn't a handball. So. Yeah, but even if you turn and try to chest the ball, it can hit you on the shoulder.
Oh yeah.
So it's that interpretation. But I mean, if you're slinging your arms about all the time, then it should be still a handball.
Yeah. I feel like it's going to become a bit more like the Spanish league in terms of like if the ball hits your hand, regardless, it's a goal. And you start getting players aiming for hands and aiming for arms, and then it's just how it's not the spirit of the game. And I think football's going that way anyway. Like Mo Salah's antics lately with diving is absolutely obscene. Like there's been like a handful of instances where it's just, mate, come on. It hasn't even touched me, you chuck yourself down like you've been shot. If you send them to play rugby, just like, right, you got to go and play rugby for a week. Learn some perspective.
Yeah.
Promo like a tractor of a man.
just rugby tackle everyone. This is what we go through. You're rolling about like you've been shot by a sniper, you've been tickled on the back.
Someone's pronounced Den rugby, and they're like, they brought him back to life on the pitch, and he's like, I'll just run it off its sound. I'll be out of
Even the ones that limp off the field, really slowly. And then they'll stand by the sidelines waiting to come on, and then they'll blast onto the field. I'm like, wow, great recovery there.
Yeah, there was one. It was like people calling like the Easter miracle, where Suarez went down, like he'd been shot, and he's running about the pitch, and the ball come back near his pass, so he jumped up and started playing on. It's like, come on, mate, you like broke a leg like 2 minutes ago, and now you're running for on goal just because the ball's come past you again.
I think a lot of the players do, because they roll around to accentuate, to get the referee's attention.
Yeah.
But do you really have to? I mean, the referee should be watching what's going on around the ball anyway.
Yeah.
So why do you need to scream like a little girl every time someone gives you a little nudge with the finger?
No. I think football's going more that way, and it's not going to end. The more money that becomes involved in football, I think you're probably going to see more of it.
It's more like entertainment than actual football.
Yeah.
It's almost like watching WWE.
It's gonna be like screenplay like Towie or something soon. Watch that space. Everyone gets scripted as a stand in the tunnel. Like, you're gonna get a penalty. So it's almost like Shearer's testimonial, isn't it? Like, obviously you went down the box at the end. No, was it Les Ferdinand that went down the box at the end? For Shearer apparently. That's gonna be like, it's gonna be a screenplay. Watch this space.
I despair. I completely do. I totally despair. Yeah, I mean, like Stephen just said there, VR is atrocious. We all agree on that one. It's just ruining the game, I think.
Yeah.
thanks for coming on, Sean. I'm going to take a quick recess while I get some breakfast. Thanks for coming on again, mate.
No, well, anytime.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks, mate. Catch you later.
Catch you later.
Ta-ra.
Yeah, it's good having Sean on there. Good lad. He's got his channel as well, Fan Feuds. If you want to give a look at that, give him a like, give him a subscribe. You'll see some football being played on there as a game. You know, I'm not sure if he's still putting up the videos. Look, he's got other things on there also. He's also on TikTok, and I can't remember his dog's name. His dog, his mascot, as he calls him, has got his own TikTok as well. And some of the videos are hilarious. So you want to look up on there. I'm not sure. If he wants to leave his TikTok in the comments, please do. I should be gone for about 20 minutes, half an hour, just while I get another coffee. I'm shattered after yesterday, man. I'm telling you. It's going to kill me, this. But it's all for a good cause. Just give another shout out. My Just Giving page. It's in the description for the show. Please give. It's up to £125 at the moment. Looking to raise £150 for the food bank, which could help a lot of families in Newcastle and surrounding area. It's also on my Twitter page, which is Iceman_9talk. It's in my pinned tweet. And if you want to give last night's hours a watch, we had Stephen, Holly, John, Lily on last night, and my very special guest came on at 6 p.m, which you'll find on the part 1 of the stream. So if you fast forward 6 hours, he's on there. Please give the video a like and a share. Hope you enjoyed watching last night, and I'll be back soon. Thanks very much. This isn't just about me.
It's not just about me.
Or me.
This is about you and me.
This is about us.
This is about everyone we connect with.
Everyone who makes our club.
Everyone who makes our community.
This is about celebrating what makes every one of us different.
Because that's what makes us united.
United as one.
United as one.
United as one.
Think before you tweet.
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 Please just think before you tweet.
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 Think before you tweet. Think before you tweet.
Hello everyone, I'm back. Just trying to upload the video from last night. At the moment, I'm struggling. I can't get it to upload to up to the StreamYard. Try to do something and then it all goes wrong, doesn't it? I want to take that picture off for a start. I'm sick of seeing Bruce on the screen. I'm sure you are as well. Yeah. At what point does Bruce get the sack now? Players don't want to play for him. Players are, you got Richie having a go at Bruce. Okay, according to news, he's apologised. But why should he? Why should he? Because that's what you want from a player. You want a player to challenge and say, this can't go on. This really can't go on. So, if anyone wants to comment, please leave a comment. What's your thoughts? Is the time or is the clock ticking for Steve Bruce now? And are we going to end up with Jones as interim manager to the end of the season? And then we went through, we touched on this yesterday. Just wonder if there was anyone else watching today that wasn't on last night. Want to give their thoughts on the whole debacle, really. I just find it very sad and very concerning as well. We don't need this as fans. The players don't need this. I don't think Bruce needs this. Excuse me being rude. Drink me coffee. Honestly, I'm absolutely shattered after yesterday, and it was a long stream yesterday. But like I said, I'm doing this for the food bank. Excuse me, I'm itching on the nose. What we were saying last night was, I think the clock is ticking on Bruce. There's no doubt about it. You've got Justin Barnes and apparently Lee Charnley was at the training ground the other day as well. So we'll see what happens. I'll keep an eye on the news for today. See if I can get any news to you guys. If anyone else gets any news, bring it up on the comments below. It's always a big help. Just trying to get this converted, but it doesn't seem to be working. I don't know why. Right, download that. Excuse me. Proper itchy nose. Pretty, isn't it? I mean, I've got an ugly mug anyway. I don't think me scratching my nose is going to make a difference. 18.3. Okay. So I need to go on to there, save, or is it because I'm saving? Can't I somehow? Right, done. We'll go out of there. Can I go to the StreamYard? Sorry, just let me drop. Back in a second. Right, finally, been I've been able to do it. Right, I can jump out of this one here. So I can move that. Remove myself from there. Right, sorry about that. Might have getting a bit of reverb. I'm going to play a clip from last night with Mr. Warren Barton, who, total gentleman, total, professional as well. Spoke very highly of every club he's played for, especially for Newcastle United. He says, he really, really enjoyed his time there, and sometimes he says he does miss being in the northeast. He misses, being with the lads on the pitch at St James's Park. He does miss that part, and would love to come back at some point. So I'll just play this quick clip to welcome my guest tonight, Mr. Warren Barton. How are you, Warren?
I'm very well, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Very much thanks for coming on tonight.
Absolute
much
pleasure.
Appreciated.
Yeah. I heard you're doing a marathon, my friend. I heard you're doing a marathon, so well done.
Yeah, I've done 6 hours so far.
Oh, that ain't a marathon. That's a sprint. That's a walk in the park. So we're
another 6 hours to go.
Good man, good man. You better get plenty of coffee inside you. But good to speak to you anyway.
Plenty. I mean, as I said, I'm doing it for the food bank. What I'm trying to do is raise £150. I wasn't asking a lot because obviously other people are struggling as well. Not everyone can give, but if anyone can give, just a small part of maybe your pocket change, please do. My link is in my pinned tweet and also on my description on my stream on YouTube. Just want to start there. Your time at Wimbledon, Warren, with the Crazy Gang. They were lovingly known as the Crazy Gang. How was your time there? And, how much did you enjoy playing with the players you played with?
Oh, it's magnificent. I'd spent time playing non-league and lower league football with Maidstone. And at a young age, being told you're too small, you're not going to make it. And then getting into the Premier League or Division 1 at the time with Wimbledon was probably the ideal team. There was very much that togetherness. We stick together, we fight together, we play together, we win, lose or draw together. And to play with the likes of someone like Vinnie Jones or John Fashion, who are big characters, big personalities. But we had some obviously very good players as well. People like Keith Curl, Terry Phelan that played at international level. People like John Scales went off to Liverpool, Dean Holsworth, Robbie Earl played in the World Cup for Jamaica. So, there was surrounded with some good players, but good people as well. And it's a good learning ground for me to come out of the lower leagues and play for a team like Wimbledon. And when we was there, finishing in the top 10 every season, was for Wimbledon was a good opportunity, and then it gave you the opportunity to be looked at international level, and obviously bigger clubs that come along. But it was great. I mean, the Crazy Gang, you've heard a lot about the tests that they give you, and see if you bite back by burning your clothes, slashing your tyres. It's all true, and that was part of it. Whether you was John Hartson that come for a record fee from West Ham and come.
So there you go. Anyone wants to watch the rest, just jump onto last night's stream and enjoy. I certainly did. Like I said, he was a total gentleman, total professional. He did have to jump off very quickly. He's a busy man. He works for Fox Sports. He's got his own family to think about as well. So I didn't take that away from it. He did 40 minutes with me, which is more than enough. And we went through all different subjects, like I was talking about there, with the Crazy Gang and what they got up to during the time in the Premier League. People probably know them more as, I think it's AFC Wimbledon, or is it Milton? No, it's Milton Keynes now, isn't it? AFC Wimbledon was built after. MK Dons, I think was it good for them to move? I don't think so. And a lot of people, especially Wimbledon fans, weren't happy about it, and that's why AFC Wimbledon got built. We also touched on his time at Newcastle and his most favourite moments as a Newcastle player. And he spoke very highly, and he enjoyed his time there. He mentioned about the Barcelona game, how much he that was a big moment in his footballing career, and also his England caps. When he's so many, But if I think he also mentioned if it weren't for certain circumstances, he might have gotten more, and I believe he would have gotten more. He was a fantastic fullback, not just for Newcastle, but in the Premier League, and that's why Newcastle brought him in. Unfortunately, Barry Venison was in that position at the time, but Barry was a great player also, but moved into that midfield role and played that role very well too. So Barry was a versatile player. You look at our versatiles. We had Steve Watto in that position as well, and I think he was a fantastic fullback as well. Went on to play for Everton as well. So these players don't stay in the Premier League as long as they did. For not being good players, that they're there because they're top notch. People say the Premier League is the biggest league in the world. At the moment, I would disagree with everything that's going on. I think they're starting to show their own colours. Fully money driven. Do they care about the clubs in the league, or do they just care about the top six? Do they care about the other 14 clubs who always strive to make the Premier League an exciting league and a competitive league? Now, if they're going against the competition side of things, it's not just like the top 4, top 6, maybe top 8. You look at the other European places as well. They're just stopping the rest of the league actually thriving. And it's something that needs to be addressed. And I hope that's what Keith Patterson from the NCSL with his QC, I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. And also you got Nick DeMargo in there doing his negotiations as well. I don't think things will have been halted as much as, Nick DeMarco and Shahid Fatima will still be behind the scenes, doing what they do and trying to get this takeover over the line. I think the only thing that will be halted is, Justin Barnes's connection with it all. He'll be very much, hands-on with the club, trying to sort out where we are, how we're doing, how can we improve. Look, he's got to go in there and tell Bruce, full stop, get results now. You've got to get results. Otherwise, you're out the door, mate. This Bruce is a nice guy. Okay, he's shown his colours over the last few weeks, last couple of months, in media rooms. But it's got to be difficult for managers when everything's on top of you, media's against you, fans are against it. It's got to be tough. Of course it has. How much would we have spoken out as if we were the manager of Newcastle United? You've got the fans, you're shouting for your head. You've also got the media now, and possibly a lot of his friends in the media are now starting to go, well, he's not doing you any good now, is he? We must go. And if you look at what Alan Shearer, which he also said in an interview, he actually said to Steve Bruce, don't take the job. And maybe he should have listened to Alan Shearer. It's all would have, should have, could have, and we can only hope for a much brighter future in the way that, we get a takeover. Look, we all want this money. We can say we may have had our stars in our eyes over this PIF deal because, we're going to become the richest club in the world. And we can go out there and buy that player, this player, go out there, buy Ronaldo, buy Messi, the best players in the world. And we want that. We really, really, really want that. We want to have a bit of limelight, bit of glory, which really I've heard people say, Newcastle United, why do you support Newcastle United? You're just a glory supporter. What glory? What glory have we had? We haven't won a domestic league for, or is it 60 years, 70 years, something like that. It's just beggars belief. I mean, okay, we've won cups, won 4 cups during the 50s, 60s. Was it 50, 54, 57, 58 or something like that, wasn't it? And 59 possibly. If anyone wants to tell me I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I honestly, I don't look too much into things like that, because you'll only get yourself down, because you'll think back to a time when Newcastle were winning trophies. They were a good team, and even just fighting for a trophy, fighting for a league, which under Mike Ashley we're never going to do. We aren't never going to do. And especially under managers like Bruce, Joe Kinnear, I think we might have gotten into the European places with Houghton. I think he did very well and hard done by, like me and Sean said earlier on. We've also had Pardew, where we had a really good season. I suppose we had 2 good seasons under him. I think we finished 11th, 12th in his first season. And then we finished up 5th the next season. And then it kind of went downhill from there. I would say, having that European competition in the mix as well as maybe playing for cups as well. You need a wider range of squad. And when we got that 5th place, we knew, and the club knew where they were and what they'd be playing for next season. So why was it we only brought in 1 player that year? It's wrong. Why did we only just bring in Vernon Anita? As much as I liked Vernon, I thought he was a good little player, did well, always gave 100% as far as I could see. Yeah, it's something that should have been addressed better. Is Ashley getting the wrong signals from people who he speaks to? He's not a football man; he's a businessman. He probably knows nothing about running the football club. He probably doesn't know the ins and outs of it all. So he must have. I mean, I think Kevin Keegan touched on it also with an interview with was it Harmison on Sky Sports. He said, he brought in people who still know nothing about football, in the likes of Derek Lambias and who else was there was the other fellow, wasn't he? The wretched fellow who actually spoke very, very poorly about Newcastle and very poorly about everything else that goes on within the club. So, you've got to have the right people in place, and the cogs going in the right direction. Look at teams like Liverpool. Do you think FSG knew anything about running a football club? Is it FSG? I'm sure that's what they call themselves in Liverpool. Well, they know how to run a baseball team, because I'm sure they own a baseball team as well. But football is such a different kettle of fish. It's you've got to have, you've brought in Klopp, good manager. Of course, he's going to win you things. I mean, okay, they're not doing too well at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be back up there next season. You look at Man U, I'm sure they've got the right people in place to run the club. They don't like their owners, and I don't think Liverpool like their owners either. We don't like our owner. I think that there's not many clubs and clubs fans that actually do like their owners, other than Leicester. Look at Leicester. The guy that died in the helicopter crash. I think his son runs it now, doesn't he? Look, he got in amongst the fans. He bought them pies and pints, and looked after the club. There wasn't a day where I don't think he wasn't at the club. And that's what you need. You need an owner who's hands-on. You need an owner who's going to do right. for the club, and that's a perfect example at Leicester. And we as Newcastle fans, we would have loved that owner, but at the end of the day, we're not. We've ended up with Ashley, and at the start, we all when Ashley came in, billionaire, a multi-billionaire. What can he do with this club? And we were all bouncing. We were looking at signing Fernando Torres, which I think we did go in for in the end, and unfortunately ended up going to Liverpool. Good play for them, and went to Chelsea. Sometimes the tactics and the way of play doesn't suit a player, and I don't think it did for Fernando Torres at Chelsea. But he's done well since he's left Chelsea. He scored a few goals. But going back to Ashley, like I said at the start, we were all bouncing, we were all in thinking, in dreamland. Really, we thought, we've lost Freddie Shepherd, who was controversial at times. Freddie Fletcher, and calling Newcastle women dogs wasn't the best of some moves, but and then we had Sir John Hall, who really, he probably took out a lot of money out of the club as well. I'm not gonna deny that, but he also put money into the club to get more money out of it, which really that is business, isn't it? You look at his tat shops. Sports Direct, sorry for swearing on here, Sports Direct again. He's obviously put money into these companies that he owns, and a lot of money into these clubs, so they do become a success. He gets in the right people to run the shops and to run the company, to advise him, and in places like Debenhams, House of Fraser, kind of not gone well for him. So of course, his companies at the moment are going to be his first thought, because that's what made him the guy he is. That's what made his money. So of course, during the pandemic and during these times, these shops have lost a lot of money. So that's why I think he wants out now, because he wants that money to save his businesses. He can't keep selling his shares as well, because he's going to end up being less a majority owner and end up not being the guy that gets the bigger money. So yeah, I think it's Ashley's time is up. He wants out. I don't think he cares whether we're still in the Premier League and he loses 100 million. I really don't think he cares. He's also losing money in Newcastle, of course he is. No fans. He still has to pay for floodlights, groundwork, security. He's got to pay the players lots and lots of money. And these books aren't being balanced. These books are not being balanced. And I don't think he cares if he loses 100 million or gets the 300 million. So is he going to do the right thing and sack Bruce? I don't think so. I think he's there to the end of the season. See where we are at the end of the season, whether we're in the Championship or in the Premier League. That's the only thing we can look forward to where we are, how we are. Like Sean said earlier on, if they go down, we're going to lose a lot of them players. I don't think St. Max want to come down with us. Of course, he's a young, upcoming French footballer, an exciting player who, before long, he'll be getting France call-ups. That's the be all end of it. He's going to get France call-ups, and that's what he wants. That's what any player wants. They want to play for the country. You look at Wijnaldum. Of course, he wants to play for his country as well. And then you had Andros Townsend, who left also. These are players that we could have done with, staying on and then possibly keeping us stable instead of having to replace players as well. You need that nucleus of players. Andros Townsend, I like Andros. He's a fantastic player. He's He's may have lost his legs a bit now, but there's still a baller in there. But going back to the likes of Sissoko as well. He left because he wants to play for France. He wants to be in the Premier League. He wants to be winning trophies. What player doesn't? You want that medal around your neck. You want to be able to lift that trophy as a captain. You want to lift that trophy as a player. But we still come back to, we're not going to get that under Ashley. And the quicker he sells the club, the better. Now, on that side of things, if we do go down, maybe the Rubens and Staveley could, pot together for a championship club, half and half. It's not going to cost them a lot. I mean, look, you could sell the club for 100, 150 million. So that's 75 million each. I'm sure that both can afford 75 million each. I'm sure there's enough funds in the club, maybe, and enough in their own coffers to improve the squad, to make sure we come back up, get the right manager in, to bring us out of the championship as quickly as possible. And then once we're back in the Premier League, then give the PAF a call and just, bring them in as maybe silent backers to the club, some just as an investor. Or you could also say that they could buy into a lesser share and then later down the road buy out the club completely, or buy out a few more shares here and there. But once you got the club, I can't see the Premier League having a problem with it. It's more money. Really, it should be more money into the club. It's more money in Newcastle. Excuse me, my phone is ringing. Just give me 2 seconds. Well, today's going well. I've had problems left, right, and centre today. As I was saying, why can't they just buy, not a majority share? Would the PAF take that? Going into a new season, they could say they could have who comes in, who they buy, what they do with the club. Look, they could even put Aramco around the ground as well. It's investment, and at the end of the day, that's what the club needs. It needs a lot of investment. You've got to have investment in the ground. Look, as I mentioned to Holly last night, St James's Park. It's a fantastic ground. No one can, you look at the away fans. A lot of away fans say that we are a fantastic ground to go to. They enjoy going to St James's Park, but it needs that upgrade. It needs, not just a lick of paint here and there. It really does. I mean, I saw a picture. I don't know who tweeted it. It was, I think it was the last season or season before. A picture of where an old TV was. You can see exactly that, where it hadn't been cleaned. So you can see that the square where the XTV was, and then there was a smaller one stuck to the wall. But where's that TV gone? I reckon Mike's got it in his office, honestly. But it's things like that. It needs cleaning down. It needs some TLC. It needs investment into more than just getting a decorator in. You can also say the same about the training ground. Why are players doing hydrotherapy in a Sports Direct bloody paddling pool? Why? You try to bring in these top-notch players. If you brought Cristiano Ronaldo in, took him St James's, any player would be, oh wow, I love this ground. I love playing against Newcastle while you're in this ground. And then you take them to the training facilities. It's going to make him run a mile. Rafa Benitez, got Mike to upgrade a bit of the training ground and get new machinery and weights and treadmills and things like that. Give it a bit of a brightening up. But the place is old. And you look at some of these championship clubs, you look at some of these League One clubs also, they need upgrading. You know, and some of the clubs, like I just said there, some of the League One clubs have facilities better than ours. You know, they make us look like an amateur team. They're just a Sunday league club. And that's another gripe for the fans, and it always will be. So where can we go from here? We as fans, all we can hope for is Mike selling up. I'm not so sure it will be PIF. If they do go down, will PIF still come back to the table with the EFL? I'm not too sure. The only way they're going to get PIF back in is if we stay in the Premier League, because it's going to be okay. They could call it a project. They could come in as a championship club. They could bring in Rafa. I'm sure Rafa would come back to the club as a championship manager. But as long as he got assurances, as long as he got promises that this would be a club that he calls it a project, doesn't he? You know, it would be a project, and it would be something he'd be very excited to do. But like I said, he needs that assurances, and when you give him assurances and these promises, they can't be broken. And while he was with Ashley, how many promises were broken? How many different scenarios was he given that wasn't delivered? Why is he not delivering to someone like Rafa Benitez? So really, Benitez walking out, I don't blame him at all. I've got no bad blood against him. Okay, a lot of people have said he left for China just because of the money. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? You know, I think he was getting paid something like 6 or 7 million to manage Newcastle, and then he goes to China and gets, what was it, 12, 13 million. Wow, any of us would do that. I'd love to earn 12 million a year. You know, I think everyone who's on the stream tonight, or today, should I say, would say the same. It's like you being a builder. Someone offering you to build a house for 100,000 in your pocket, or someone else offering you 200,000 to build a house with that in your pocket. You're going to pick the higher price, aren't you? Of course you are, because you need that money. So Rafa leaving, you know, left a big hole, and then of course we ended up with Steve Bruce. Which, when you go from Rafa Benitez to Steve Bruce, it's like, you know, chucking away your beer and having a glass of water, isn't it? Really, that's the way I see it. It's two different things, two different managers, two different philosophies. If Benitez if Bruce has any philosophies at all, I mean, you know, you look at the quote from Jack Grealish. It was like playing schoolboy football and training. Why is he treating players like this? You know, they're grown men. You know, they're athletes. They're, you know, top-notch players. But Steve Bruce is treating them like kids. And, you know, he can't be getting away with it. And I like the way that players have started to speak out against him. I think it was Hayden earlier on. Had gone to Bruce, I think it was on Wednesday. I think someone said had gone to see Bruce and asked, you know, what is going on and why are these things being leaked? And he was pointing the finger at Steve Bruce for leaking news. Yeah, the same with Darlow. Darlow knew about he was being dropped by the media before his own manager found him to say, I was dropping you. It's just beggars belief, isn't it? It shouldn't not be happening at all. It's I really can't say any more on it, because it's just infuriating. The more you see it, the more you think about it, the more you see it in the news online, the more news you get, the more infuriated you get. So what I can say to people, look, what will be from now on. I think in the next 5 games is going to tell. It's going to tell where we're going to finish up this year. I think there's a couple of winnable games in there, but as I've said a few times before on this very, very, very long stream, is the fact I think we need 14 points to hit 40. So we've got 12 games left. If we get a draw game out of them 14 games, 12 games, should I say, that's going to be 38 points. Is 38 points enough? Possibly. If it depends on how teams like Fulham, West Brom, also Sheffield United, who won last night, I noticed, and good result for them. But I still say they're dead and buried, Sheffield United. But of course, once they get their relegation confirmed, shackles are off, aren't they, for a lot of teams? The shackles are off. And if you look at when we went down in 2016, we were against Spurs, and of course they had really nothing to play for. Even if they won, lost or draw, they were going to be still in that second spot. And their flip-flops are on at on that game, and of course we were relegated, so we had nothing to lose either. So we gave a good goal, we gave a good game, and that 5-1 was brilliant, and it was good to watch. But unfortunately, it was a sour taste at the end of the end of the game, because we knew we were gone, we knew we were relegated. And I don't think there's many fans out there at the moment that want to go to the likes of Barnsley and Derby and Rotherham. We don't want to be doing that again. Some of these teams, I've just mentioned, brilliant fans, fantastic atmospheres in these grounds as well, and I really, I've enjoyed going to away games, but we don't want this. We don't want to go down again, because, as people have said, not just on my channel, on John's, on Big Toon Chat. Sean said it when he's been on here. Holly and Lily have said it while on Steve Wraith's show, and you were seeing Matters. Excuse me. We've all said it. If we go down, we think we're going to struggle. And if Mike's still not bothered about the club at the moment, then he's not going to put the investment in to get us out there again, to get us out of that league and back in the Premier League as quickly and swiftly as possible. Because he's losing money, isn't he? And coming back to fans, also there's no fans in the ground. That's what we want. We want to be back in the grounds. And if we were back in the grounds by now, would Steve Bruce still be in charge? Does anyone think that, who's watching? Do you think Steve Bruce would still be in charge? I don't think so. It would have become unbearable for him to be in that dugout. I remember a moment when we were pelting Alan Pardew. He come out to shout some directions to the players, and everyone went, "Boo, get back your seat," and he just ducked and he went back and he cowered. That's the power of our fans. We should be proud of that, really, but we've made someone's life a living hell. But at the end of the day, fans deserve to have their say, and the only way we can have our say is to the actual person it was when we're in the stands. Of course it is. You know, even when we're chanting at Mike Ashley, you know, get out the club. Of course it's going to make him uncomfortable. Of course it is. I mean, okay, he sits there and decides that he's going to smirk and sat there with Lee Charnley pointing and laughing. But I think does he get off on it? That's a harsh word. I don't think he gets off on it. I think what he does is he's lost interest in the club. He doesn't care. You know, he probably will enjoy a score and get out of our club, you fat bastard. You know. So that's the only way we can voice to a club. I mean, okay, we can send mail to the club, we can send mail to Mike Ashley, we can send mail to Steve Bruce, we can, you know, voice our concerns on, you know, these podcasts. We can voice our concerns on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever you want to go on. But what I will say, you know, please be respectful as well. You know, we don't want to be sending, you know, nasty letters. Just to voice your concern, just to voice how you feel. Voice to the club that, you know, we're rotting. We're no longer stagnant. You know, we're rotting. We're rotting away as a club. And like I mentioned earlier, you know, with the training grounds, the at St James's Park, we are rotting. You can see it, and unfortunately, so of us fans, we're eroding away. We've become quite accustomed to Mike Ashley's tenure now, and you know, we shout about the wrong things to the club. I think we're asking the wrong questions. What the right questions are, I'm not sure myself, but we're obviously not asking the right questions of the club. I know that we're supposed to have, I think it's 4 meetings a year with the fans and the fans groups from the club. So, you know, the likes of Justin Barnes, the likes of Steve Bruce, the likes of Steve Agnew, Steve Clements, the likes of Penfold himself, if we can find him. The list goes on. You know, these groups and these seminars need to be done. But I think it's something like the last few years. I think we've only done one a year. One a year. How can you voice to a club when they don't want to listen? They don't want to listen and they don't want to communicate. Where is our communication, club? Where is our communication, Newcastle United? Where is our communication, Penfold, which you've promised us up teen times? Where is this communication that you promised? We were going to communicate more with fans. Fans are important. Fans are important to us. Fans put money in that club's pockets. These fans put money in Mike Ashley's pockets. These fans pay for your players. Why do you treat them with such disdain? And if you treat us with disdain, we are going to retaliate. And that's the be all and end all. We are going to retaliate. And me now, you can see me getting worked up. I don't rant very often. I'm quite an easy guy. I'll just say, well, whatever. I just don't want to know. But at the moment, I'm getting that worked up. I'm getting that peed off with the way the club we love with all our hearts is treating us, and it's completely wrong. Does Liverpool send out letters to fans, maybe through Facebook, to, you know, from Twitter, maybe from their own bloody web page? Bloody use it. You know, that's what it's there for, to communicate with fans. And all they give us is possibly something that's probably a week late. Because does the NUFC channel communicate with the club? Is there someone that works for the club? You know, the channel host, or, you know, or channel admin. You know, do they work for the club? Do they have meetings, or does someone have meetings with the club? At which point are you going to give us some news? At which point, okay, on the takeover thing, there's NDAs. We understand. We know this is a process that, you know, had to be kept quiet in the first place. But what you could have done is come out to the fans and say, we're still moving. We're still doing something. But nothing at all. And the next thing we know, we get the letter come up on Sky. I don't know whether it came up on the website for the NUFC TV or the NUFC website first, or did Sky Sports bring it first? I don't know. But, you know, the letter from PIF, Staveley and the Rubens to say, you know, we've pulled out. Okay, well, if you pulled out, it's let's move on. Let's get the next takeover moving. You know, there's got to be takers out there for Newcastle. You know, 300 million. Okay, you probably mightn't get 300 million. You might only get 280, 260. But take it. You want out. You know, it's. But while we're sitting here stagnating, being told every single day. I mean, I'm not having a go at you there, Steve, at all. I think you're right. Also, you know, eventually something will come out from this. But at the end of the day, you know, we say, you know, we think it's going to go through. But why haven't the club? This was my take on what you say, Steve. Is why haven't the club come out and said, you know, things are still happening. You know, we are still in conversation with Nick DeMarco. We are still in conversation with Shahid Fatima. We are in possible talks with the likes of NCSL, you know, to making sure we have a good collaboration together to get this done. And that's all it takes. You know, we don't want to know, you know, the ins and outs. We don't want to know, oh, we're paying this person this much, or we've gone to the Premier League today and we had discussions with Richard Masters and Gary Hoffman. We've had conversations with Hierarchy at PIF. We've had conversations with Manda Staveley. You know, these are things that, you know, maybe need to be kept personal and kept, you know, out of the public limelight. But all we need to know is from the club, just a bit of information, a bit of, you know, we are still talking. We don't need to know the ins and outs, like I just said. Just we are talking, and we'll let you know in due course. You know, how are the lads? Keep supporting. You know, that's all we want. That's all we need. But we get nothing at all. There was, I can't remember whose injury it was, but it took at least a couple of weeks before we actually heard anything from the club to say that person's going to be injured for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Why can't they just put it out there straight away? You know, once they've got the results, put it out there for the fans. Fans want to know. You know, we don't want to be sat in the dark and thinking, why haven't you said anything? You know, why have we got to go trolling Twitter for news? Why have we got to go trolling Sky Sports for news? Why have we got to go trolling? It just infuriates me completely. It really does. It just infuriates the hell out of me that we don't get this communication. So please, anyone who's watching, working for the club, I apologise for being forward. I apologise for being, you know, having that rant and calling the club out. But that's the way us fans feel. At the end of the day, that's the way us fans feel. And I'm sure, you know, even the lads in the admin on the website, on the NUFC TV, they want to know that their fans, the same as us, they want to know also. So yeah, like I was just saying there, I went off on a tangent. It shows you how tired I am. I might have to have another recess in a few minutes. yeah, like I was saying, we just need that clarification. That's what we want from the Premier League. We want clarification. We want to know why the Staveley and the PIF and the Rubens pulled out back in, was it June, July? Why did they pull out? What made them feel like they had to do that? Was it a power play? Was it a something that the Premier League said, or was it just a reset, possibly, to go back to the drawing board and reset everything to try and get this takeover done? You know, maybe there was a board member that the Premier League didn't like, you know, because really on the owners and directors test, it's not, in my understanding, I could be wrong, if Shell is watching and if Shell knows, what we need is clarification from the Premier League and from the owners and directors tests, not any of this BS that we get from everything, you know. Oh, we're going to do this in due course. Oh, it'll be done in a timely manner. What does this mean? Really, what does this mean? Tell us. You know, done in a timely manner. Okay, so how long does an OD test take? You know, on an average, let's say, someone said 4 to 6 weeks. I think it might be longer than that. Let's say 8-9 weeks, just to go through everyone who's on there. That's enough time. There's enough time there to say, right, let's say Bin Salman. They put Bin Salman actually on the board for Newcastle United, but maybe he's a silent board member. We don't know. But like I said, we don't know. We don't know the ins and outs of everything. But if not, I think Yasser Al-Rumian was on the papers for the board, and you know why is he's head of the PIF? He's not head of the country, is he? So Bin Salman, of course, is going to be on the name sheets somewhere for the PIF because it's the sovereign wealth fund. Now, he may not have anything to do with it, but his name's still there. But like I just said, of course it is. He is the head of the country. He is the crown prince. So of course he's going to be named on the papers on the PIF. So anything else is from there. Like I said, they put forward Al Rumian. I'm sure Staveley was put on the board. There would have been Jamie Rubin. Jamie Rubin would have passed flying colours, really, and I don't see why Staveley wouldn't. So what was the problem? Was it the backlash from this takeover? Were they not happy with someone who was named on the board? Were they trying? Were the Premier League trying to get the consortium to put Bin Salman's name on the board? Why? Would he have anything to do with the club? If he wanted to be part of the club, he wanted to have more say in the club. Of course, he would be. If you want to own the club, then you want to own the club. You're going to be, the chairman. You may not be a chairman that is there all the time. Of course not. But that's what Al Rumian would have been there for. But if he doesn't want anything to do with the running the club, then his name wouldn't be on it. So, what's the Premier League's problem? I've had a couple of comments here, so let's see who they are from. Hello, Lily. You all right? How's it going? I'm just having a rant as normal. Just going through the takeover and what I think of that, and how why have the Premier League stopped this? Why have the Premier League sat on this for so long? Like I've just said there, if bin Salman in the country, you know, if bin Salman and Saudi Arabia wanted more to do with the club, then he would be named. He would be named on the board. But if he's come out and said, well, you know, Saudi Arabia and bin Salman are going to have nothing to do with the running of the club, it's only PIF, and all they are is really the money men, you know, to bring in the investment, bring in the sponsorships, bring in the players, the sponsorships for the players, bring in Aramco, you know, shirt sponsors, possibly, you know, bring back some fantastic shirts we've had before, bring back the Grandad collar, which Warren mentioned last night on the show, you know, bring back that Grandad collar, the black and white stripes with the, you know, maybe bring back the blue star as well. I'd love that to come back on the shirt. If anyone, you know, has a favorite shirt, comment. I've had a shout out. Tell my daughter she owes me £25 for a new battery. So yeah, it's become a domestic today, but anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have another quick recess. Maybe grab a bite to eat. As it's after lunchtime. I mean, I had breakfast earlier on when I had my last bit, but I'm going to have my lunch. So see you guys in a bit. I'll play that clip again if you want to see it again. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. I might put up another couple of clips for you in a bit. So, you know, if you want, I mean, if you want to watch the interview I gave to Warren, it was around 6 o'clock last night. So if you go onto the stream, if you fast forward 6 hours, because it started at 12, you'll find it there. So anyone wants to give a like to the channel, give us a subscription as well, please. Would be wonderful. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for you guys that have been watching, commenting, and very much thank everyone who has donated to the Just Giving page that is on my Twitter, on my pinned tweet. It's Iceman_9talk, and also it is in the description on the stream. So please, if anyone can give to the cause, you also get put into a raffle. Second prize is Mother's Day gift, and the first prize is a shirt of your choosing. So if you want to give, you get your name put in a hat on a ticket, like a raffle, and yeah, you'll win that. So I'm going to take a quick recess. Thanks very much, and I'll be back soon. So welcome my guest tonight, Mr. Warren Barton. How are you, Warren?
I'm very well, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Very much thanks for coming on tonight.
Absolute
much
pleasure.
Appreciated.
Yeah. I heard you doing a marathon, my friend. I heard you doing a marathon, so well done.
Yeah, I've done 6 hours so far.
Oh, that ain't a marathon. That's a sprint. That's a walk in the park. So we're
another 6 hours to go.
Good man, good man. You better get plenty of coffee inside you. But good to speak to you anyway.
Plenty. I mean, as I said, I'm doing it for the food bank. What I'm trying to do is raise £150. I wasn't asking a lot because obviously other people are struggling as well. Not everyone can give, but if anyone can give, just a small part of maybe your pocket change, please do. My link is in my pinned tweet and also on my description on my stream on YouTube. Just want to start there. Your time at Wimbledon, Warren, with the Crazy Gang. That they were lovingly known as the Crazy Gang. How was your time there? And, how much did you enjoy playing with the players you played with?
Oh, it's magnificent. You know, I'd spent time playing non-league and lower league football with Maidstone, and as a young age, being told you're too small, you're not going to make it, and then getting into the Premier League or Division One at the time with Wimbledon was probably the ideal team. You know, there was very much that togetherness. We stick together, we fight together, we play together, we win, lose, or draw together. And to play with the likes of someone like a Vinnie Jones or John Fashion, who are big characters, big personalities. But we had some obviously very good players as well. You know, people like Keith Curl, Terry Phelan that played at international level. You know, people like John Scales went off to Liverpool. Dean Holsworth, Robbie L played in the World Cup for Jamaica. So, you know, there was surrounded with some good players, but good people as well. And it's a good learning ground for me to come out of the lower leagues and play for a team like Wimbledon. And when we was there, you know, finishing in the top 10 every season, was for Wimbledon was a good opportunity, you know, and then it gave you the opportunity to be looked at international level, and obviously bigger clubs that come along. But it was great. I mean, the crazy again. You've heard a lot about the tests that they give you, and you know, see if you bite back by burning your clothes, slashing your tires. It's all true, you know, and that was part of it. You know, whether you was John Hartson that come for a record fee from West Ham and come
This isn't just about me.
It's not just about me.
Or me.
This is about you and me.
This is about us.
This is about everyone we connect with.
Everyone who makes our club.
Everyone who makes our community.
This is about celebrating what makes every one of us different.
Because that's what makes us united.
United as one.
United as one.
United as one.
Hello everyone, I'm back. Sorry about that. Gotta take the odd break. I don't have Lily here to jump on when I need that break. Just so I'm not leaving you guys with just a blank screen, really. So that's why I've been putting the videos, little bits and pieces. What I want to say again, what I brought up earlier, my sponsors, footytowels.co.uk, makers of this beauty. Great for when we finally get out, get to go on holiday, get to do, the bits when we can finally get out and finally get rid of this pandemic and this virus. It's been terrible for everyone, but we will come out the other side. We will be able to shake hands again. That's a strange notion. We'll be able to shake hands again. Also comes in its microfiber beach towel. For the price, it's really good. But if you go on to their webpage, type in my channel name into the coupon part, you'll get 10% off, which is even better. Also, I have still with me at the moment, and you'll see hotspots, makers of pin badges and posters. If you go onto their Twitter page at NUSC Hotspot, you can find all the details there of pin badges, all the recent pin badges they brought out. They do go very, very quickly. So if you want to get yours, get in there. The recent one, which went live Saturday, I believe. I'm not sure there's many left, really, last time I heard. So if you want to get yours, get in there quick. Great product for all you pin badges, if you want to call them. I don't know what you call yourselves. Great products, and they go well with the tomb pins as well. They go very well with them. So you can also get display boxes and little wallets to put them in if you wished. So give them a look. Get yours today. Also, I want to say, very sad over these last few days. We've lost some legends of the game. We've also lost Ian St. John, but Glenn Roeder, the fellow there, good manager, was a good servant in Newcastle, player and manager. He was also player and manager at West Ham. Was a great servant for them. Captains, he was a captain, and he was a fantastic player as well. All right, Martin Dubravka. I wasn't assured by his performance against Wolves. So I felt he was slow reacting to things. Also, I think that the one fantastic save he made was kind of a flap, I think. But he's been out a while. He's hardly played many minutes. Everyone has that blow off the cobwebs game. Unfortunately, sometimes they're the games you lose. Fortunately for us, we got a draw, which is all we needed, really. I don't think we could have won the game very easily, but to get that point is big as well. That keeps us ticking along. That keeps us moving in the right direction. Another couple, I reckon, another 2 wins, maybe a couple of draws. If we have any big teams or any teams that are playing well above us, we can take that hit. But I reckon 2, maybe 3 games, we'll get the 3 points. So that's 9 points, and get another 3 draws, maybe 3 or 4 draws out of the remaining fixtures. We'll be safe. That's all we need. That is all we need. Even if we drew every single one, like I said, that would be 38 points. A lot of people at the moment are saying 38 points could be enough to see us safe. So would you take that by the end of the season? Take the rest of the fixtures a draw, pick up a point in each one. I would. It would be better than talking about getting beat. It'd be better to talk about us getting a draw and possibly maybe winning the game. I would much rather talk about how we did this wrong and how we did that wrong and we shouldn't have gotten beat on our near post. We shouldn't have gotten beaten in the game full stop. We as podcasters don't want to be talking about these things. Unfortunately, being a Newcastle fan, that's all we have been talking about for the past 2 seasons under Bruce. He has picked up points in games where we thought we're getting on. Hopefully he can do that again. Ride his luck a little against the higher league teams, but we need to start picking up them points at least. I'm not talking about winning 10 games. I'm talking about getting enough points and getting to that 40 point mark. Even the 38 point mark would be fantastic, I think. Looking at this league table, I brought it up earlier on while I was on my first recess. Look at that table. I mean, Man United stays at the top, 2,294. Chelsea, 1,326. You go down, we're the fourth team who's had the most days at the top. And that's 360 days. So really, out of all them teams there, we should be in the top 4. We should be, at least in the top 6. But we're not. Sheffield Wednesday, 25. Tottenham, 33 days. Look at Tottenham, doing well. Good players. A good manager, if you want to say that as well. Bolton, who aren't even in the Championship at the moment. Leicester doing well. Norwich, a bit of an up and down team, but they've spent 129 days at the top of the Premier League. Wow. We forget about these teams. Leeds, 159. Aston Villa, 162. But if you look at many of them teams in that list, most of them have surpassed us. Man City there in 5th. Look at how many titles they've won. How is this possible? Liverpool, good team, good manager. 288 days at the top. We've almost played more than 100 games, or a little less than 100 games, at the top of the table. It makes you weep, really, looking at that. Blackburn, 238. Blackburn are in the Championship. What more can we say about that? It doesn't make good reading. We should be, as I said earlier on, we should be in that top. Okay, let's not kid ourselves. Look at the teams around us. You've got the Arsenals, they've got the Chelseas, you've got the Man U, you've got Man City, Liverpool. List goes Aston Villa, Leicester now doing well. Spurs doing fantastic with what they have. But let's say we should be at least aiming for a top 10 finish. Let's finish 10th, for a couple of seasons. Look at where we are. Look at, how we're going to improve. It's not hard, is it? It really isn't. You get your couple of 10ths, and then you think, right, let's go for a 9th or an 8th. And you might find yourself in that 7th spot. If you show a bit more ambition, we as a club just are not showing that ambition anymore. We're not showing ambition to bring in, the best players we can get. We're not showing ambition in the way of, well, let's go for something. Let's look at the cup. We got to the quarterfinals of one, but we should have easily have been in that semi-final. We should have easily have beaten Brentford and gone through to the next round. It's just beggars belief that we haven't won anything in so long. Why? Why have we not won something? What, has it been owner? Has it been manager? Has it been players? I don't know. It's you've got to win that first trophy, haven't you? To go on to win more, you've got to get the players who know how to win a trophy. Who can keep a calm head during the time that you are pushing for maybe top of the table or are pushing other teams in and around you. So you can also look at the cups. Win your first cup. Look, Liverpool. They won a few cups during the time, but never made it in the league. We should be looking at more at that end of things. I think a cup, and I think we've all said this. A cup is something that is obtainable for Newcastle. Really, even with the players we have now, it is certainly an obtainable objective. Quarter-final for the last couple of seasons. Yeah, okay. We've not gone out in the early stages because we used to go out like third and fourth rounds. We might get an easy-ish team in the first draw, and then obviously one of the big boys in the next. And a couple of times, we've gone through, but we went through against Chelsea all them years ago. We've gotten through to the final against Man U, and Arsenal in 98 and 99 respectively. Warren said we didn't play well, we didn't turn up, but what we did do, we gave them a good game. I think we lost 2-0 on both. It's not too shabby, we still got to the final, and that's all we ask. We're not screaming and shouting as a fan base. Really, we're not screaming and shouting as a fan base. We don't think we're entitled to win trophies and to win cups. All we want at the moment is a bit of ambition. That's all we want, a bit of ambition and a bit of drive to get to a final at least. Have our bit of glory. Okay, if we've come back short, didn't win it, we've still gone to Wembley. I mean, once we can get out of this pandemic, like I said earlier, once we get out of this pandemic, we can all go back to grounds. But what would be nice, I think, for our fans is to maybe get to a final and go to Wembley and let's have a day out together as a fan base. Let's rip things up. Let's go out and get mortal is what people say. Let's go out and get mortal and enjoy having our day at Wembley. But like I said, if we come short, we come short. Many teams have. There's only ever going to be one winner. But it even be nice for us, to receive a runners-up medal for the players. And okay, players. Some players will say, "Well, I don't want that." That's of course you don't. You don't want that as a player. But what you want is a bit of hope, a bit of ambition. And at the moment, we're just happy to be just scraping through in that league now. And like I said, people say we've stagnated under Ashley. We've declined. That's the be-all end-all. We've declined as a club, declined to the moment where the club's falling apart now. You can see it. You can see it with the players. You can see it in the manager. There's all this with Graham Jones. Does Steve Bruce even like Jones being there? Was there a spat between Jones and Bruce? Everyone's got their own opinion. I get that. But my opinion is that there obviously was something in it. There obviously was something said for him to react that way. I'm not entirely sure it was directed towards either of them. I think it was just something said as in, oh my God, this is it. We're struggling now. We need to change things. And maybe Bruce thought, well, fuck you, what can we do? Fuck off. we're doing well, and we're not. And any manager, I mean, I'm watching that on Sky Sports again with Richie going over to Willock. But I agree with Carragher in the way that Richie runs over, and then he must say about 4 words to him. And Willock's then just looking around, pointing his finger, where am I supposed to be? So Richie's then gone back over to tell him something else. But by then, the free kick is taken. So we were just a shambles on that free kick. Why was the free kick taken so early that players weren't even in their right positions? If you're going to take a free kick, you want some in the box, Justin in that box. You want some maybe on the outside of the box to pick up the ball, or someone on the opposite wing, because the free kick was taken from the left. The way you can see it on the screen, the free kick was taken from the left. So if there's someone on the right, even if the free kick and the cross is taken too hard, a bit too much meat on it, there's someone there to pick it up and then whip it back in. But there was nothing. It was just hoid in, and next thing you know, they've run up the pitch eventually and then scored the equaliser. And it was just a shambles. So Bruce, he needs to change this now, and he needs to look at what is going on and not just what's on the end of his nose. I mean, all right, as crooked as it is, I mean, maybe he is a crooked person. He's definitely got a crooked nose. He's had one too many punches, I think, on the end of that hooter of his. It needs to be changed, and Ashley needs to pull that trigger. If he doesn't pull that trigger soon, we're going to be struggling for the next manager, or even for Jones to make a change and to get people firing again. He needs to pull that trigger right now. So on the back end of that, would we have Jones as that interim manager? I think that's the way it would be if Mike did pull that trigger and get rid of Bruce. Will Jones get us out of this? Will Jones make a difference? People are saying he has made a difference. We've played a formation that we haven't played under Bruce. We haven't once played it under Bruce. So obviously, James has had some sort of input. So Kevin Jones is interim head coach, manager, whichever you want to call him these days. Not a bad shout. But look at his record as being in that seat. He's done well as a kind of an assistant coach. He was assistant coach to Belgium with Martinez. He was also coach with Martinez at was it Everton? I think it was Everton, wasn't it? He was up with him. So he's not a bad coach. During his time, Martinez's time at Everton, they did really well. And let's look at his time at Belgium. Belgium become one of the best teams in the world. So his credentials are there, but I'm not entirely sure he can make that step up as being coach or head coach. I think he may struggle with the full range of things. Okay, because if he did, he wouldn't then have a fallback, would he? But then what would you do with the likes of Steve Agnew and Clements? Should they lose their job alongside Bruce? I think so as well. I don't think them two as well are even pulling their weight. They just sit there like Bruce, hoping something will happen. So who could Jones bring in? Or could they get rid of them, or could he get them actually working and actually doing something and actually being a team? Wow, that's a statement, isn't it? Actually being a team. So what he could implement is better training, get them in more days. I mean, if he is bringing in the players 3 days a week, that's not enough. You look at probably Jose Mourinho at Spurs. I'm sure he gets them in, at least 6 days a week, maybe 5, Why they're having so much time off is beyond me. You know, the players, you know, okay, we all want to see our families. They want to see their families as well. But at the same time, you know, you are in a profession, and whatever profession you're in, you know, even if, you know, us regular Joes, we go to work, you know, 5, 6, possibly 7 days a week for some people, you know, just to make ends meet. You know, we don't get to see a lot of our families. You know, I could go to work, you know, between 6 and 3, and then my wife could go to work between 3 and 12. You know, I'm not going to see my wife, am I? But that's your job. You know, you do this to earn your living. So whether you're a football player, whether you're you know, a toilet cleaner in a restaurant or something, you know, you've got to work, and that's how you are paid. That's how you make your living. That's how you feed your families. That's how you pay your bills. Football players, I suppose, is a lot different because they get paid astronomical. You know, maybe we should implement. Here's a question. Maybe we should implement some sort of salary cap. I think a lot of these players are starting to ask too much money, way too much money. I mean, even if you look at, you know, Messi, he's probably on £1 million a week. Wow, why is he being paid that much? Just to run around the pitch and possibly train. You know, if you look at Bruce, 3 days a week. I mean, okay, they do little bits of PR work. They go to hospitals, and they'll not be doing much of that at the moment, will they? So why is players? I mean, if you look at, you know, when Warren was playing, was he getting paid anywhere close to what these players are getting these days? I very much doubt it. It's just becoming ridiculous. It's become ridiculous in the way that the Premier League courts too much money. The Premier League is corrupt, yes, but like I said, there's that much money coming into the sport, not just the Premier League. There's a lot of money coming into the sport, but especially the Premier League, because, you know, I don't think that the French league gets paid as much. I don't think the Spanish league, you know, from TV deals and wherever else. Italian league, do they get? Does every team get like £100 million? You know, just for winning a league? I think for the Premier League at the moment, I think something like 190 million. Wow, it's money, and of course players are going to go, I smell money. I smell something. I can get more money for this. We should have a salary cap. I've got a comment here. Just going to have a look who it is from. Hi, Dom. Yeah. Hi, Holly. You all right? Stream going well? I've been off and on because Lily's had to go to work today, so I don't have her to, you know, give me that break. So I've had to leave a blank screen. So I'm sorry to everyone for that. I was just on about on there, just there, Holly. Should we be looking at the fact that players at the moment are being paid way too much? Should we be implementing some sort of a salary cap in the bigger leagues? Because it's such a drain on teams as well, and that's why there's so much money coming into the game. It's to survive, and these top 4 teams who get extra on top, you know, for finishing first, second, third, fourth, they want to be there because they're going to earn more money. But then, you know, they're handing out contracts like they were, you know, Rice Krispies. You know, I was on about Messi there, 100 million a week. Why is one player who kicks around a ball of air around a field for 90 minutes, you know, maybe once or twice, okay, maybe 3 times a week, you know, depending if they have a cup and a European Cup as well, and then they go training. But there's all this amount to the work that they do to £100 million a week. I don't think so. Also, maybe look at capping the transfer money as well. Maybe put a cap on that. It's becoming ridiculous how much we're paying for players. I mean, one of the biggest for us at the moment is Joe Linton. Is he worth 40 million? Was he ever worth 40 million? But then you look at the likes of Harry Maguire. He's Man United's captain, but 80 million, 80. Why are we paying players? How much did they pay for Virgil van Dijk at Liverpool? 90? Somewhere like that? 70, 80, 90? It's becoming out of control. Lionel Messi, if we want to buy Lionel Messi today, God, 500 million? Possibly you might get it. Just to bring up yours there, yeah, 100%. After financial losses due to COVID, yeah, of course, it would make clubs more financially stable. If you look at the fact also, if you look down the leagues, I think it was League One and League Two, they're on about having salary caps. And I believe our Nick DeMarco was the one that was working on that. And in the end of the day, he won his case, and they didn't put on that salary cap in League One, League Two. But even though really it would have helped them clubs so much. If you go down, we're stuck in the likes of Shelby, 80 grand a week. Yeah, how would we manage to get him off the books? Because we can't defeat him on. No, we can't. Of course we can't. We're not going to be getting. I don't know. I've heard somewhere we're going to be having no longer having parachute payments if when teams are relegated. I'm not sure if it's for next season or the season after. If that's the case, if teams go down and you've got players on that amount of money, you're not going to be able to sustain it. So what they're going to have to do is sell these players who are on big money for next to nothing just to get them off the books. And that's even then you're looking at how much would anyone pay for Shelby from the Championship? 80 grand a week, which he'll obviously ask for, even if he did move next year and we go down, he goes to another club. I think he's a good player. He's always going to be a good player, but he needs a kick up the backside. He's lazy. He's got talent there, and he just does not use it enough for me. He's a player that unlock defenses with a pass, but he doesn't do it for me. That could be down to our tactics under Bruce. Who knows? Maybe he just doesn't want to play for Bruce, full stop, which I don't think any of these players do at the moment anyway. Look at Matt Ritchie. I mean, I've heard today he's apologised, Matt Ritchie, to Steve Bruce. We're led to believe. But should he have to say sorry? All he said was, well, I don't want to talk to him at the moment. And Bruce come down and got all uppity at him and becoming physical. So why should Shelby apologise? Maybe he might have sworn. Maybe he might have said, I'm not going to talk to that cunt because I don't want to know. I don't want to speak to him. And if he called him a coward, but I think that was during the time when Bruce was coming physical and up in his face. So why should Shelby apologise? I don't think he should. Not Shelby. Matt Ritchie, I should say. It's because we're on about Shelby. I just got stuck on a record then. But yeah, I do agree. How much will we take for him? I'll probably let him go for 5 million. I think someone would take him for £5 million, and then that would get 80 grand off the books. I think for a lot of players, if you look at Save as well, still at the club, I think. I know we let go of a few. Save, I think he was on something like 50 grand, 50, 60 grand. Need to get these players, off the wage bill. I think we would have said, last year we would have said, please. Okay, I've got Aaron's. Yeah, we got rid of Rolando Aaron's. I don't think he was on a lot, but it gets all this deadwood off the wage bill. Who else could we get rid of that will possibly get some money for? Who's on big money? I'd love to get rid of Joe Linton. I mean, I think he's on 85 as well, 85 grand a week. Emil Kraft, I think he's on around about the same, 70, 80 grand a week. But he's not showing anything. Which players could you see staying at the club if we were relegated? Which players? Probably the nucleus of what came up. To be honest with you, I couldn't see many. St Max. I couldn't see Miggy staying. He'd be off to somewhere like Spain. I could see St Max going back to France. I wouldn't see what you call him, Fraser, staying either. The list would go on. I think that the likes of Lascelles will stay on. I think Clark will stay on. I don't see Dubravka staying. I think he would be sold. So we'd have a championship keeper in Darlow. I mean, okay, he's done very well for us in the Premier League, and you can possibly call him a Premier League keeper now. But he'd be more assured in the championship. And then we could also have Woodman as backup, possibly, or even have Woodman as the number one keeper, and then have Darlow as the backup. I don't know what people would think of that. I would like to see that. I like to see Woodman given his chance, but that's only if he went down. I can't see him getting his chance while we're in the Premier League. Who else? Dummett would stay. I like Dummett as well. Kraft, I would like to get rid of. I mean, okay, he might do a job in the championship, possibly. Shelby, I would like to get rid of anyway. But then, we get rid of maybe the likes of Hayden as well. I'm not sure of. I mean, he came down with us last time and came back up. I think he might be a one that would leave if we do go down. So that would leave, would be able to play the likes of Matty Longstaff and Sean if that happened, I think. Can't see Wilson staying. Andy Carroll possibly might stay. Andy Carroll might stay. Gale, I think he's had enough. Dwight Gale, I think someone said earlier on Dwight Gale would stay on, but I think he'd be off because I think he's had enough for Newcastle now. Plus he's slow. He's not someone I trust up front. And I know he can score some goals, and he showed his goal scoring in the Championship with Newcastle and with West Brom. Also with Crystal Palace as well. He scored a few goals for Crystal Palace when they're in the Championship and in the Premier League. But I wouldn't see many of them sting, to be honest with you. I mean, we might be able to blood in some of these youth players that we've been harping on about. Sorensen. He was supposed to be the next big thing. He was supposed to be our next number 9. He's out on loan yet again. He's not even been given a chance to prove himself. But yeah, we can only hope we stay up, Holly, and what will be after that if we get a takeover, or if not. But what we'll have to do, we just have to get behind the team and just hope that someone takes it off his hands soon. When do the media videos come out. Is it today or tomorrow? Is it a day before the game? I'm sure they sometimes come out on a Thursday, don't they? I've not seen anything come up recently. I'll have a look, see if there's any news. I don't think there's much. Merson says Liverpool, Chelsea can't afford to lose. Yeah, if they want to be in that top four, I suppose not. But like we said the other day, Holly, if you're still there, I know that there was one earlier. If you're still there, as we said earlier on yesterday, it's been a strange season. I think a lot of players, or some players, are affected by there not being crowds. I think there's some players in teams that thrive on them fans being there. But yeah, it has been, due to this pandemic, it's been a strange season. I mean, not as strange as Leicester winning the title line, but yeah. Phillips talks Van Dijk influence Kabak and top four hopes. I think Liverpool might still get top four. I don't know about anyone else. I think Liverpool might still get top four. They've got a good enough squad there. They have struggled with the likes of Van Dijk being out. I think someone said that they changed or rotated their defence something like 12 times during the season. So it's got to be an unbalancing problem as well. Richie apologised following a training ground dispute. Matt Ritchie is involved in a training ground dispute with Steve Bruce. The 31-year-old has apologised. Ritchie came in for criticism following Wolves equalised against Newcastle in the 1-1 draw on Saturday. Ritchie has apologised and reported that the Daily Mail claimed that his manager is a coward. Sky Sports News has told Ritchie he was unhappy that Bruce appeared to blame him for Wolves' equaliser on Saturday. By not getting tactical instructions onto his teammates quickly enough when he came on as a second half substitute. Bruce told Sky Sports on Saturday, unfortunately, Matty didn't get the directions on quick enough. The instructions of how we are going to do it and making the change, we'll have to concede that one and make sure we do our instructions from the sideline. Yeah, shouts, like, the girl said as well. Hell, there's no fans in the ground. Shout, make yourself known. Use your voice. Why haven't you? Why have you left it to Richie to pass on a manager's instruction? I know there's many other managers use that type of thing. You get the rolled up bit of paper that they stuff in their shorts. It's not good enough. And with them not being fans in the ground, you can just shout. Or even, use your hand gestures like what Benitez did as well. Why is he just not going, oi, such and such, there, let's move them around. I love all this, when they're doing. I keep on thinking they're signaling the aeroplanes or something, or showing people where the exits are, which probably be in our club's repertoire at the moment, where the exits are. If you don't like watching us, the exits are here, and back fucking there. When they get to, unfortunately, Matty didn't get the directions on quick enough. Blah did instructions from the sidelines. Yep, Richard came close to leaving Newcastle in January, but the move back to Bournemouth late in the transfer window fell through. Well, that was documented. I think someone like Richie has had enough. And that's why he wants to go back to Bournemouth, not because maybe the team, maybe he has an affiliation with the team, but to want to drop that league just to get away from Newcastle, really. Bruce said at the time the player was frustrated at his lack of football and would need to get his head down to the end of the season. Is he calling Richie's character in that, do you think? I think so. I think that's another bad thing to say. You calling out their player's character now. Of course he's going to work. You know, he is a professional. Club source of Sky Sports News consider the matter resolved and have moved on. Unfortunately, we're in 19th place, and 3 points above the Premier League drop zone, and travel to 19th place West Brom on Sunday. So, guys, you know, what would be your score lines for Sunday? Well, I noticed Steve Howie was on earlier on Sky Sports, and what he said was, I think Steve's comments after the game, you can understand he's very frustrated, but obviously gave Matt a job to do, and he feels the information hasn't been passed on quick enough. This is from Steve Howie. We've all seen Jamie Carragher's analysis of Monday Night Football, which ultimately cost Newcastle a goal. Matty isn't in the position he should have been in, and of course the Wolves capitalise on that. But it's typical when things are not going well for you. Steve's frustrated with that, and he says that in his interview afters. Matt Ritchie hears this and he's not happy. Matt has apparently tried to get in contact with the manager to try and sort it out, but apparently Steve has said, wait until Tuesday. With human nature, it festers a little bit, and when it comes to the training ground, the things you've said, you show me a player who says he hasn't seen that, then he's a liar. Because every player's seen something where something's happened in the dressing room. We all know about social media, and it goes around like you wouldn't believe. The Newcastle fans at the moment, the tempers are a bit flared, and given the situation in which Newcastle find themselves, hopefully it's something which spurs the players on and knits them together. They've got a big game against West Brom on Sunday, and can they get the result in that game? I think at the moment we should be winning that game. We should be taking all 3 points, but like I keep saying, I am like a broken record at the minute, with not a lot of news really, you know. But I'm doing this for a reason. I'm not going to give up on it at all. I'm not a quitter, but at the same time, what you got to say is, you know, I'd take a draw. I would take a draw straight away. Pick a point. A point in the bag is better than none. So that's all we need to be doing. Just pick up them points. See if there's anything else. What's this about Morelos? For simulation, he got a yellow card for simulation. Does anyone think it was a penalty by Morelos, or do you think he did dive? But as far as I know, that Rangers are appealing that yellow card. So I don't know. I saw it, but I didn't quite see it from the right angle to say whether it was a definitive dive or he was clipped. You know, a different angle might tell a different story. Not doing too well in the cricket at the moment, apparently. Anyone's interested in cricket? I used to go to a cricket club when I was a kid. Used to go there because my dad used to meet, you know, a couple of his mates in the pavilion for a few beers. So I used to go down there and, you know, mess around with the kids that used to go there, which I enjoy. I've many memories of different things. I mean, I don't think if anyone wants to know me personally, you know, all you have to do is ask me questions. Happy to ask any question. Just you know, to say there, you know, I used to live in a village in Whitburn, and okay, a lot of my friends were Sunderland fans. Never really got into that crowd. I always supported Newcastle. Always. I mean, it wasn't influence from my dad. It wasn't influence from my mum, or even some of my family do support Newcastle, but not very many. But I fell in love with Newcastle because I felt more connected. I felt more connected to a club. I felt connected to players that played there. I felt connected to a fan base as well. I felt more part of the Newcastle fan base than anything else. I mean, I could have picked Borough. I could have picked, gone with Sunderland, but no. I felt at home with Newcastle, and I always will. I mean, the one thing that's really pushed that home was the entertainers. The early '90s were just fantastic. Watching Andy Cole, Peter Beardsley, Barry Venison, Steve Howie, Lee Clark. Was it Kevin Sheedy? Robbie Elliott coming through. You also had who else was the? I mean, I still remember Budgie playing in goal for Newcastle. He was a good keeper. He was a bit of an eccentric one, and I think a lot of players said he was a bit of a madman. But yeah, I remember players like Budgie playing for Newcastle as well. So I've grown up with these players. Then you get the likes of your Warren Barton, your John Beresford, your Robert Lee, your David Ginola, your Alan Shearer, your Les Ferdinand, Keith Gillespie. It's Scott Sellers. I forgot to mention Scott Sellers. He was a good player. Barry Venison, Paul Bracewell, I think doesn't get mentioned very often either. Paul Bracewell, he played for both clubs as well. I enjoyed them times, and living out that. I do live out that almost title. Quite a lot of times, and just to have that memory, not the memory of losing the title or the memory of the games that were played. It was more being a part of that, more enjoying every single game. You clamoured to go and watch Newcastle play, at St James's Park, or you went to the pub with your mates to watch the game, or you sat at home if it was on Sky Sports or ITV or BBC, whatever it was on. And those days were just special, and they always will be special. Special to a fan base that will remember them. I know Holly said last night on my show, she was only a Ben around that time, and wishes that she could witness that time. Yeah, I lived through it. Okay, it brings heartbreak, of course it does, every time I think of it, but it does bring heartbreak, but it also brings many, many, many memories. You move on to the Bobby Robson era as well. Fantastic players. Craig Bellamy, who was, he was a nutcase, but a brilliant player. Kieran Dyer. Not a lot of people's cup of tea, but he's a good player. Jermaine Genius. Laurent Robert. The list goes on, and we have had fantastic players play for this club. To name them all, you really have to rack your brain. Even if you know your club inside out, you still have to, pick them players out. But to remember the memories of them days. Hullet wasn't so good. Boring football. Obviously lost his job due to leaving Duncan Ferguson and Alan Shearer on the bench against your biggest rivals. He'd lost it then. Once he did that, he'd lost it. Especially getting beat by Sunderland as well. At St James's Park. wow, he was a doomed man. You can see it at the end at the first, and he knew as soon as he walked down that tunnel, he was gone. We also had Kenny Dalglish, good manager. His credentials speak for themselves with Liverpool and Blackburn. Did fantastic with them. He come into Newcastle, decided to have that clear out, to get his own players in. Unfortunately, I think he come at a time when I don't think the club's spending a lot of money, really, unfortunately. So he could only get what he was given. But we brought in John Barnes, who was coming to the end of his career. Ian Rush, who was coming to the end of his career. We got in players like that, and why? People say it was jobs for the boys, but they are good. Well, they were good players, and they probably still were. But the legs are gone. That they had to think about every movement that they made, and it just ended up being a shambles. Who else did we have? I'm racking my brains now. Kenny Dalglish, and who else did we have during that time? I mean, okay, we've had Jim Smith in there. We've had Ozzy Ardelas. Ozzy was a good manager. Who am I missing? Oh, Graham Souness. Yeah, that's who I've missed. Graham Souness was just an idiot and couldn't take on a job of that size. Yeah, we've had some terrible managers, but we've also had some fabulous ones. Look, King Kev, Bobby Robson, Rafa Benitez. If you want to, you can put Chris Hughton in there. I think he's a top manager as well. Fell on his backside a couple of times. I think he's currently at Nottingham Forest. Doing an okay job, but I don't think Forest have got the players to get them out of that league. I mean, he can join the players up as much as he can, but you can only do so much before you need that investment into the team. Look at us. So any other managers? Jim Smith a good manager? I can't really remember. I think it was only a kiddie myself. I've also had Ozzy Ardelas, just as I'd supported them, supporting Newcastle. So I saw Ozzy left. I think I'd only been supporting for about a season when Ozzy left. So, and then was it Kevin Keegan that took over after that, wasn't it? Yeah. So I've been a supporter for over 30 years now. I mean, I'm 40 years old. I'm 41 in May. Christ, where does the time go? I mean, I've got a 21-year-old daughter in October. I've got a 10-year-old in December. I've got Catherine, who's going to be 16 this year. 16 in March. Yeah, time flies. Honestly, time flies. I've been married 22 years. So, what's worse? Is being married for 22 years worse than supporting Newcastle for 30? I don't know. One of them I need to be shot for, honestly. One of them I need to be shot for. So, yeah, I'm always here, You may hate me waffling on. You may think, "Oh, you're just a boring git. Get off my screen, for God's sake. Why are you doing this?" Because I want to. Because I like to talk to you guys, even if I'm just waffling on. It's connecting with other fan bases. I mean, if it wasn't for doing podcasts, I never would have met Holly. The only reason why I got into podcasts is I come across one day I thought, oh, I'm bored. I'll go on to Spotify, and I noticed that they put the podcasts on the Spotify. And I was, oh, I'll have a look on here. And I was going through different podcasts, and I come across a one that had Gaza on it, and I give that a listen. And then I come across Gallagher Shots, and I listened to their podcasts, and they had people on talking to maybe journalists and recently players as well. And then I started watching Steve's show on YouTube. So if it wasn't for these things, I would never have met the likes of Sean or Holly or Ted, mate. If you're in here, give us a shout. Never met Ted. I mean, he's only down the road from me. He lives in Nottingham. So Sean and Stephen as well. Love you, man. Pete. I've had Pete, Stewart, and Holly, and Kendall, and Sav, and I've had quite a few people on over the time. I think I've been doing it since last September. I think was my first one. So I have been doing them for a while. But I normally only do an hour, so I've always got a set thing to talk about and a set subject. Doing these long shows, really all it is just connecting with you guys and maybe giving you a bit of news, having different guests on. If you want to, ask the guests questions, if the guests want to ask you questions, come on. I only do this to connect with fans. I'm not doing this, for 1 million subscribers or £1 million, or I do this solely for maybe my sanity as well. We're all locked inside. Excuse me. We're all locked inside. We're all a bit fed up with this pandemic. And yes, talking pandemic, I hear some people are having their injections. Have anyone had their injections, and who's had them? Which one do you pick? Is someone refusing it? Well, I reckon there probably is some people out there refusing them, but I think that's the wrong move. I think we all should have it, and then we can get back to normal. It's as simple as that. If you don't have it, you're still at risk of getting it, unfortunately. I should be due mine soon, as I'm, in the 40s bracket. So we'll see. Someone said that don't have it in the arm you sleep on, or the side you sleep on, because it apparently hurts like a son of a bitch. But let's just hope we can get this moving on. Let's get this. I mean, I was looking. You've got the first wave only so many % done, and they've already started the second. So let's get the first wave done, and then let's start on the second. I mean, okay, it'd probably be quicker to do them both, but while other people are getting the seconds, a person could be getting the first. But I don't know. Where's everyone had them? Have you had to go to your GP? Have you had to go to a certain place in town, or hospital? Have you had them in hospital? It's something I'm going to get once I get my notice to go and get it done. Definitely, because I want out of this now. I want to get back to normality. I've been out of work during it as well, so I've been even more down as well. So, yeah, like I said, I've done this for my own sanity and to connect with other people. Like I said, I've never met people like Holly. It was fantastic last night. On with Warren Barton. It was a good show yesterday. So, just gonna what we can do. Right, I might take another recess. See if I can get some more news to bring you guys. Honestly, I'm shouting. I've still got like hours left, but I'm going to get through it. It's true born. Even if I have to sing a song, oh, that might be a good idea. I might do some questions or ask some questions. See if you can get a few. There's not a lot of news really to give everyone. If I keep shouting out. If you want to go and have a look at Stephen Shaw, Geordie Talk, give them a shout out. There's also the Toon Review with Paul and the Four Horsemen. You've also got John Sinclair, who's a great guy. He keeps calling me his guy. But, yeah, okay. I like that, John. Thanks. It's good to be appreciated. So yeah, give him his shows a watch as well. Who else we got? Gallagher Shots. Give them a look as well. Fantastic, as well as Steve Wraith as well. There's Newcastle Fans TV. There's Toon Army TV as well. There's PD Proudlock. Give all these a watch. And give them a subscribe. Like I said, we all do this. Some of us probably do it for the fame. Some of us do it for, to pay bills. Look at Steve. With the pandemic, he's not been able to do the work he's been needing to do. Putting on these events. With the Newcastle Legends, he's not been able to do that. Or putting on Christmas dues and boxing. He does his boxing as well. So really for him at the moment, doing a podcast was a way of bringing some money as well. I mean, he does his books. He does his bits and bobs through other people, but he does it as a job. He does it for work as well. Also, I do it, like I said, to connect with fans. Gallagher Shots, they enjoy doing theirs. I don't know how much they get paid. I mean, they've got way more subs than me. It's not surprising. I'm probably boring a lot of you, but I'm not scared to say it. I'm not scared to say, I'm not an oil painting. I can talk for England, but saying out. But I still enjoy doing these. I still enjoy talking to you guys, always, and I don't mind saying that. I'm just a down to earth lad who, everyone's friend. I don't think that's right. Obviously we have people who rub us up the wrong way, but them people, I just leave them people alone. Why should I bother with them? It's the same on Twitter. You get these trolls on Twitter. Just ignore them. Just block them. Don't engage. As soon as you engage, they've already got you, and then it'll just be worse. Even if you do block them, they'll just send round your reply and say, "Oh, look at these," and but that's the way it is. That's what people do, because I think sometimes some of these people get the jollies from making people's lives a misery, and it's wrong. But please just block them. Don't engage in people like that. Just say, "No, I'm not going to give you what you want." So block. And if they carry on, well, they can't carry on to you if you block them. But even if you want to engage and tell them to go do one, they come to you strong. Report them to Twitter. That facility is there, and then just block them. Why should you feel down? Why should you be made to feel terrible by someone that obviously does not know you? If they knew you, then they wouldn't have a problem with you. You know, if that troll came to you face to face and went, I'm going to say this to you, all you do is just swing a fist at them and knock them out, you know. So a lot of these people wouldn't do it to your face. They like the fact they can do it behind a monitor or a phone or a laptop. Why do they do this? Why? So yes, everyone, at the moment I'm doing my 24-hour stream for the food bank. Please like and subscribe to the channel as well. If you do, I've enjoyed spending time with little old me, and also like my videos would be appreciated. But like I said, what I'm doing is I'm running a donation page for the food bank. So please, anyone who watches, give. It's in my description. It's all across the bottom, and it's also on my Twitter pins at Iceman9Talk. So go to there. I think we're still we're on 130 pounds. So I think we only need another 20 to hit my goal. So £5 here, £5 there, a couple of quid. I'll be happy. Food bank will be happy. And the families that receive that food will be ecstatic. You know, they'll be very, very, very happy. And that's what I'm doing this for. I'm reaching out to these people and helping, or doing my best, or doing what I can. It's the word I want to say. Doing what I can in this world to help whoever needs help. So please give. Like I said, it's in my description on my video, and it's also on my coming up in a minute. It's my pinned. It's Iceman9Talk. Or sorry, Iceman_9Talk. Give a follow to my Twitter as well, if you so wish. You know, we'll have a bit of crack on there as well. And I'll see you guys in a bit. I'm going to take another recess. Sorry, guys, I don't have anyone else to sit with you, unfortunately, because Lily has gone to work today. So hopefully by tomorrow, because we're going to do a short one tomorrow. Because I need to make up a couple of hours, because I had to miss a couple of hours last night because there was a couple of problems at home that I had to get sorted. So yeah, I'll make up them hours on days today. Oh Christ almighty, I'll do another couple of hours on Friday just to make up the hours I've missed. So, and also on that one, what we'll do is we'll do the raffle. Or what I can do is give it a week. See if there's any more donations come in, just so to make a few more tickets to draw out for the prizes. Prizes so far. What I might do in a bit is bring them up on here so I can give you the visual. There's a Mother's Day gift set donated by my wife. So you can win that. That's the second prize, and the first prize is a football shirt of your choice. If you want a Newcastle shirt, we can easily get you that sorted. So yeah, and I'll see you guys in. We'll see another half an hour. Okay. Thank you very much.